Tired. I started taking a nap. Oh, I could take a nap. I'm early. But I'm on here now. I guess I can go ahead and start. I guess they don't like me. But I never figured out why. I never figured out why. Ugh.
Stop writing grants from scratch.
Yes, yes. Oh, okay. I guess I missed something. They did a No King's Day in Los Angeles. Damn, there was a whole lot of people. Whoa. There were a whole lot of folk. Well, oh, fascinating. Y'all, I'm tired. Telling y'all, it took everything for me to come up on here. And I just realized I'm early because I was going to try to take a nap and stuff. But I guess since I'm on here, I'm going to go ahead and be up on here. Let me let me pull my shit together. Y'all like my thingy thing? Figured I'd match my shirt today. Oh, it feel good. I tell y'all, I have a sneaking suspicion. I woke up this morning and I woke up this morning and I have a sneaking suspicion I'm about to have to do a liver gallbladder cleanse. Yes, yes, yes. I have a sneaking suspicion that my liver has an attitude with me right now. And that over the next week, I'm going to have to do a liver gallbladder cleanse. I can feel it coming. So I'm going to tell y'all something since I mentioned it. I am so attuned to my body. I'm so attuned to my body that the slightest change, and I'm like, oh, let me get on top of that right now. I can feel it coming. And I woke up this morning. I woke up this morning, got ready to take a shower, and I felt this little twinge like under the shoulder blade of my right arm. Just a little twinge. Like I could have concluded, okay, yeah, maybe I slept jacked up or whatever. But I was like, nope, that ain't what it is. That ain't what it is. That ain't what it is. Whoo, child. And by noon, it's 3:40, it's 3:35 my time. By noon, I was like, God damn it. I don't want to do a liver gallbladder cleanse. But I know it's what I gotta do. So I gotta go buy the stuff today. I gotta go buy the ingredients to do the cleanse today. So I guess I'm gonna do it tomorrow. To go ahead and get in front of it so I don't end up in here jacked up over the next few days. But by noon, I knew for certain I'm going to have to do this liver gallbladder cleanse because I didn't do it in the spring like I usually do. I was like, you know what? I'm straight. I did it in the winter. I'm good. But I always do it in the spring. And this year in the spring, I did not do it. I was like, I'll be straight. I'll be straight. Baby. today, Spirit was like, you can play if you want to, but your ass gonna do this goddamn liver gallbladder cleanse. I got something for you. So that's what it looks like about to happen. I'm about to spend all day tomorrow doing a liver gallbladder cleanse. Anyway, then I talked to my mom today because I am helping my mom. I told you she's still in recovery. She's still in recovery for, for her battle with cancer. And so she, was having some issues that I've been helping her with over the last over the last couple of weeks. Yep, that's it. I'm gonna have to do it. It's like as the day progresses, the pain, it went from a tiny little tinge to now like, yeah, this is a problem. VGAR, email me at evoemetemp@gmail.com. Excuse me. And I'll send you the protocol. But anyway, so I called my mom and held up with her because I sent her this whole protocol I told y'all about last week, 2 weeks ago. Told y'all it took about 5 hours to type out this protocol for my mom. And she got some good news when she went for a follow-up. And so that was good. That was a good way to start the day. But I was on the phone with her for a good hour. And what went from a twinge, just like a little weirdness under my right shoulder blade, I was like, oh no, not this. Not this. And then I got off the phone with my mom for about an hour, and then the shit traveled. I was like, oh, I knew it. So I'm doing all my arm exercises. You see them? You feel me? I'm like, okay, it's not this. It's not this. So I'm doing my little arm exercises, trying to pop out, straighten out my middle spine and all the things I know to do, child. And that pain just got worse and worse. It went from a twinge to like a little ache to like right now, every time I shift, I'm like, oh no. Oh no. Not that. So I'm going to have to do this liver gallbladder cleanse, and then I'm going to have to capture my little gallstones because I can feel them. As soon as they start traveling, I can feel them. I have to capture my little gallstones so I can show y'all my gallstones after I finish my cleanse. Oh, but it sucks. I don't want to fast all day tomorrow. It's only a 1 day fast, but I don't want to fast. You feel me? But you got to do what you got to do. I got shit to do next week. Y'all know I sent y'all, a bunch of y'all, maybe not everybody, but I sent a bunch of y'all some emails about, one, the fact that I've posted some new books on my Etsy store. And then also about the fact that I'm doing my first sound therapy session next Saturday at 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm going to live stream it. So that y'all can, watch your girl at work. And so my plan today was to finish making my last 2 instruments because I told you I was going to make 7 instruments for my sound session. And then I got to shift gears and get on my music program so I can create my drone in the background, which is going to be made up. Several of you sent me cicada bug songs like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago with the cicada bugs, the cicada swarm. I was asking y'all out on the east to send me cicada songs. I know it took a long time, but I'm finally gonna be using the cicada songs. So I'm gonna use the cicada songs as the drone for the background of the thing. Then I have to I got like a little thing that I'm gonna use as a cajon. I have to paint it, pimp it, paint it. I may even have to drill another hole in it, and then I have what you call it, like a stand that I found on the side. Most everything I'm using, I found on the side of the road. Most everything I'm using for my sound therapy session, I found on the side of the road. Found on the side of the road. The stand that I'm using, found on the side of the road. The cajon, the thing that I'm gonna turn into a cajon, I found on the side of the road. Even my homie came by yesterday. He was like, "You found that on the side of the road?" I was like, "Yes, son." He was like, "Yo, like you can make a cajon out of that." I was like, "I know, son. That's what I'm doing." You feel me? Like the box is dope. So I found the stand on the side of the road. I have to paint it and I have to pimp it because I have to drill holes in it so I can put hooks in it, because each hook is going to hold one of the instruments. So on each hook, the instruments will be there, right? Side by side. And while they are suspended, I'm going to have a little fan behind me blowing constantly. So when I'm not using them directly, they'll still be like, so like take this one. Like when I'm using it, it'll be loud. When I'm engaging it, it'll be loud. But while it's being just blown by the wind, it'll be like very subtle. Yeah. So I'll still have all of them constantly like on a low level engaged by the fan. Then I'll take one off when I need it and work it. And then I'm creating the drone in Audacity today. Hopefully today. I feel terrible. I had so many plans for the day and I feel fucking terrible. So hopefully I can get to it today. And I'll feel worse tomorrow because I'll be fasting all fucking day to get rid of these gallstones that's trying to creep the fuck up and wreck my life and shit. But I can feel them. I can feel them. I can feel them moving. I can feel them. And I haven't had gallstones in like active where I could feel them. I haven't had gallstones since 2005. And so I'm like, fuck. I should have did that damn cleanse in the spring like I knew I was supposed to, and I did. So now here it is, October, and they like, look, why you be playing games? You know what it is. So anyway, so I'm working on that. Then I have to type out my script, because it's not just going to be me playing music. I'm going to be speaking as a part of this sound therapy session. So I have to type out the script so I can have that printed out for the event. So I'll have that printed out, and then I'll have my different, instruments, my different handmade instruments. Then my homeboy came by and yesterday, and my poor little cat, 9, his cat, but my cat, he went and picked 9 up to get 9, to get 9 fixed. And so 9 got an attitude. He don't want me to pet him. He like, why you let him do that to me? So 9 up in here moping today. I can feel his little. That's always been my struggle with cats, is I hate that. I hate getting them fixed. And I'm going to have to do the same thing with my baby. I'm going to have to do the same thing with Storm, because she can't be up in here knocked up again. And that shit can't happen. So I got to figure out. But it's crazy. When I was in Florida, you could get your cat spayed or neutered for free if you had proof that you were like on food stamps or any kind of like social benefits. You could get your cat spayed or neutered for free. Kevin lost his fucking house, his whole house. So the city gave him a voucher for $120 to get 9 fixed. So he takes 9 to the vet to get 9 fixed. And they charged him, on top of the $120 voucher, they charged him $400 fucking dollars to get 9 fixed. I was like, that's a goddamn crime. That's a crime. and I ain't gonna do it. So I got to figure out where I got to take Storm to get him neutered. I mean to get him neutered, and everything. But anyway, I wore my little thingy thing because I wore my little shirt. Y'all haven't seen the shirt yet. My little Medusa shirt that I pimped. You feel me? So I cut the collar, cut the sides. So there she is. Right. So I cut the sides, tied them up, cut the sleeves off, made kind of like a inverted V-neck kind of thingy thing. Put my little tattoos out on both sides. Yes. So I figured I'd wear my little to match. And I wish I wasn't in pain. So my energy is real messed up. My energy is real crazy because I'm in pain. But tomorrow will definitely girl, cut it out. Tomorrow ooh. Tomorrow will definitely be a good day to get your readings done, tomorrow or Monday, because I'm gonna be fasting, so I'm gonna be wide open. I know that I'm gonna be wide open. So Alafia, I need. Who is this? The experienced guru. Who is this? It's rare that anybody greets me Alafia Ni. Who is this? Who is this? The experienced guru. Who is that? Who is you? You don't have to reveal. You don't have to out yourself if you don't want to. But you obviously know me to be greeting me Alafia Ani. Anyway, let me set this up real quick. Girl, stop. Ugh, what is your major malfunction? God damn. Hold on, let me go get her because she tripping. She knows she on my nerves. So now she gonna up the damn ante. Troglodyte. Told you these cats smart as hell, little tyrants. They'll go from being cute to little chunks in a half a second. Okay. But poor little Nine, he got an attitude up in here. He want everybody to know about his attitude. Oh, bless his little baby heart. He ain't moved all day. Why? Why are you janking on me, V God? Talking about what's your major malfunction? Oh my God! Let me tell you, I was talking to my mom on the phone today because my mom and my stepdad, they are hilarious, especially where this aging thing is concerned, because they were always so extremely health conscious when I was growing up. So probably to the point of neurotic. They were so extremely health conscious when I was growing up. And so they were always very age conscious, and neither one of my parents looked their age, not even motherfucking close. My mama looked my age, maybe. Some folks say my mama looked younger than me. My mama looked my age, and that ain't no exaggeration. My mama looked my age. My mama's always been in the gym. My stepdad was a professional bodybuilder. They still trained regularly all throughout her fight with cancer. My mama was still in the gym lifting weights, walking 3 miles every day. Like my parents was hardcore about that life. You feel me? Everybody used to talk about my mom's shoulders because while my dad was a professional bodybuilder, my mama was in the gym, baby. My mama was cut. My mama was ripped. She had the sexiest shoulders you ever seen on a human being. Her back, her shoulders were always sexy. She was always wearing these dresses that would just always show off her shoulders because her shoulders was fine. She had some sexy ass arms. My mom, man. And experience. Y'all really be wilding on my little colloquialisms. The experienced guru say, you feel me? The sister I was telling y'all about that gave me such a hard time the first time she came to the house to get a session with me. And we talking deep, deep, deep. I'm doing her intake. We talking real deep. You feel me? And she was like, she took a minute. I was like, I'm gonna take a second right now and stop and see if you have any questions. She said, God damn. Just like that. I said, what? She said, yeah, girl, I'm picking on you. She said, every time I watch a live, I'm waiting for you to say, God damn. She did the facial expression and everything. I said, you ain't shit. Well, I went to the Philosophical Research Center last night to do a little studying. And on my way home, I took a totally different route than I usually take. And on the way home, I was like, you know what? My thing is coming up in a week. I need to look fresh, you feel me? So I need to go somewhere and get some color for my hair because my little grays is starting to glisten. They're starting to shine through. I was like, damn, where am I gonna go all the way to Burbank? Now I need to find somewhere close. I'm gonna spend a little bit more money, but let me just go ahead and stop somewhere close. So I stopped at a store I've never been to, not once in my life. Never went that direction in my life. But I was like, look, the next store I see, that's where I'm going to go. I'm walking through the store trying to find where they got the dye and everything. And I hear, Cassandra. I was like, the fuck? Because I ain't never been there. Ain't in my neighborhood. Nothing like that. I hear, Cassandra. I said, Rhonda? She said, yeah, what are you doing on this side of town? I said, girl, I ain't never been over here. She said, girl, this right down the street from where I live. And I ain't seen her in about 3 months. You feel me? As a matter of fact, I was telling y'all the other day, there's a sister, I don't know if I pissed her off or something, but I don't see her no more. She don't call me no more. She's like, girl, I've been out here hustling this and that and this and that. We ended up talking like an hour last night. And I was like, look at how spirit be showing out. Because why did I leave the Philosophical Research Center thinking the first thing I need to do is I need to go get some color for my hair because my hair looking crazy. You feel me? Because I got this thing coming up. So I'm thinking I need to put some money in my hair, but I got to do my hair first. So I'm like, I'm going to color my hair, then I'm going to tighten my hair, and then I'm going to put some bling in my hair. I'm going to put some shells in my hair. I was even thinking about pounding some holes in some pennies and putting some pennies in my hair to like clink, 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 clink against the shells. But I was like, before I do this thing on Saturday, I need some money in my hair. I need some bling in my hair. And so out of nowhere, driving home at night, I'm like, I need to go get some hair color. And for me, it couldn't wait till today. And that's the reason why. It was because at the time that I came to this store that I never go to, ain't never been to, this woman walk up in the store talking about some Cassandra. You understand? And I was just talking to y'all about her. I didn't say her name, but I was just talking to y'all about her a few days ago. Like, oh, I ain't seen her no more. But she was picking on me because I always say, God damn. Right? And then this person right here talking about, you feel me? But let me tell y'all something. This morning when I got up, I was, checking my social media, and this brother, what's this brother's name? I don't know why I can't think of his name right now. But his podcast is Fish and Grits. Is it Fish and Grits? It's not Fish and Grits. It's Grits, and I forget what it is. Something and Grits, Fish and Grits, Grits and something Southern, something hella Southern. I can't remember this brother's name. To say Darnell, is that what it is? I'm terrible. I'm forgetting everything. You feel me? Anyway, I know this brother. I met this brother, not know him like we peoples, but I met him enough that I can say I know him because I spent so much time in Atlanta, and everybody who conscious in Atlanta running the same circles, close to the same circles. Everybody in Atlanta that running them circles know each other, right? And I just love his podcast because his energy on his podcast, he ain't faking that shit. That brother is Deontay. That's it. This brother, the way y'all see him on his podcast, before podcast was even a thing, baby, before YouTube was even a thing, that brother is exactly how he is. Now he be talking about serious and deep shit. You feel me? So he be more hype on the her kind of thing. But that same way that he is that way is the same way that he is funny. That's a funny dude. His energy is hella funny, hella dope, hella light energy. Like he good people. Like I fuck with him. Every time I've ever met him, like when he came to the Black Power Awards that are organized in 2016, like his energy is big as the room. Any room he walk up into, his energy is as big as the room. He is a funny dude. And so anyway, he came through my feed on my Instagram today, and he was interviewing this sister who I guess just dropped actually a new artist, and she just dropped her first album with this label. And I ain't never heard of her. Her name is Monae. Monae. That's her name, right? And so he's interviewing her, and even so, I'm assuming her background is Haitian because in one of her videos I saw hella Haitian flags, right? But she Haitian by way of Atlanta because her ass is hood. When I say hood, Atlanta hood, baby. Atlanta hood is a different kind of hood. Atlanta hood is a different kind of hood. You feel me? And baby, that shit gave me so much life today. That shit gave me so much life today. It made me proud to be Black today. It really did. I'm always proud to be Black. But that girl's album, it was so hood and so conscious and still so hood. I mean, if you don't know, you wouldn't know. But if you know, you know. Like I'm watching several of her videos, right? And they hood. They hood. They is above the hood level that I'm comfortable with. Like hood. You feel me? But then in the most ratchet and hood songs that she sing, she is dropping hella dimes. But if you don't know, you won't know. Right? So like one of the songs she say, because I'm only listening to the album, I only listened to it for the first time today. One of the lyrics, she's talking about something. I don't even know what the fuck she's talking about. And then she say something about before I talk to my babe, I slipped some honey on my tongue. I said, okay, bitch. Okay. It's like, so do you know? Let me ask the question. Do you know what she just said? Do you know what she just said when she say, before I talk to my babe, I slipped some honey on the tongue? I said, you better come on in the room, bitch. You better come up on in the room and put these babies on game. You better put these babies on game. Now, do you know? Does anybody know? Obviously, you would know the experience guru. So you don't say shit. You don't say shit. Anybody else other than the experience guru, do you know why she said that? Is you up on game? Is you up on game? Why she said that? It was all kinds of awesome, subtle shit she slipped into the songs like that. I was like, oh, okay, this bitch about that life. This motherfucker about that life. She about that life. There you go, Nebby Blue. Expound on that so you can educate the rest. Expound on that. Then I'll put y'all on game after she say what she say in the comment section. Go ahead and expound on that, Nebby Blue. Why she say that? Why she say that? Why she say that? There's a reason she say that. Before I talk to my bae, I slipped some honey on my tongue. Why she say that? Do you know why she say that? Or you just associate the honey with Oshun, which is correct. But why she say specifically that? And she got a big ass grill. She got this whole ass grill. So when she say this shit, she say something to the effect of like, before I talk to my baby, I slipped some honey on the tongue. And then she do her little across her grill. I was like, bitch, you better go on. You better go on. You better put these babies on game. Nebby Blue, where you at? You know why she say that? You can say no, that's fine. Anybody? Nobody? Nobody? Okay. So in the tradition, driving, I don't get what your last comment said, but I'll put y'all on. So Nebby Blue say Oshun, that's why she say it, which is correct. So in the tradition, there are certain rituals that you do, and they're like mini rituals. They're like little rituals, like things that you do in preparation, whether it's to Orisha or whether you got something happening in your life, whether you are preparing for something. No. Whether you got to prepare for something, whether you want to attract something, because you know Oshun is the law of attraction. You feel me? Whatever. There, depending upon what you focusing on, there are preparations that you can make. And so, whenever you are attempting to win something, whenever you are trying to, so in the lyrics, she say, before I talk to Bay, I put some honey on my tongue. Maybe her and her boo got in an argument. You feel? Say they ain't right. Say they energy ain't right, right? Then they say that before you try to solve an argument with your partner, you put honey on your tongue to sweeten your words. You put honey on your tongue to sweeten your words before you say anything. It's supposed to cool you. It's supposed to cool your tongue so you don't say some shit you're going to regret with this person that you care about. Or say you're trying to get a new job and you got your second interview. You feel me? And you want to make sure you say all the right things to attract to you what it is you're trying to get, which is this job. That before you go into the interview, you put honey on your tongue to make sure you say all the right things necessary to attract to you what it is you need. There are other things that you can do. Say you want to verbally cleave somebody's head off, but you know how you be getting, oh, look at that. Somebody became an Oshun member of the channel. Love that. No, nor, I don't want to mispronounce your name. Noir Israel, is that what it is? Or is it No Iris Rail? Tell me, you're gonna have to break it up like chun where I put the emphasis, because I don't want to fuck your name up, sis. And I've thought about your name before. I don't know where the emphasis is. So break it up and tell me how I'm supposed to pronounce your name. But thank you so much for becoming an Oshun member. So anyway, there are other things. So say you know that somebody, you about to get into an argument with somebody. Like you say, look, we need to talk about this face to face, whatever. And you know there's some things you want to say, but you know how you be getting tongue tied when you want to say what you want to say. And then you go back and you're like, damn, I should have said this and I should have said that. And nah, I wish I would have said this. But you know you need to go and verbally cleave their head off. Then when you chew on, guinea peppers, you chew on guinea peppers or any kind of pepper, but guinea peppers is what you use in the tradition. They super hot, they teeny tiny. You chew on guinea peppers, and then that'll give you the fire that you need to say clearly what it is you want to say to this person. You need to verbally cleave their head. So if you need some fire on what you're about to say, even in ceremony, there are certain ceremonies or rituals that you get ready to do where you need the fire of guinea peppers. And so and then you start to do the prayer. You can do the same thing with Orisha. You put honey on the tongue when you are petitioning Orisha, when you are petitioning the Iami. You know what I'm saying? QB say we use Scotch bonnets, and Yolanda say it'll have you speaking like an auctioneer. Yeah, you feel me? So that's why now the reason that it had me hype is because this little very, very, very ratchet noir Black Israel struggle with Godheads. Okay. All right. Noir Israel. All right, I got you. Okay, thank you so much for becoming an Oshun member. So anyway, so just in this ratchet ass song she was doing, she dropped this little verse. Before I talked to Babe, I put some honey on my tongue. I'm like, oh shit. It's so cool because the lyrics is ratchet. That's cool. I ain't got no struggle with her outfits is ratchet. Everything is hood, is Atlanta hood though. Let me tell you something about Atlanta that most people don't know. Atlanta hood is different than any other place I've ever seen hood. And the reason why is because, and that's why they be giving Atlanta Black folks in Atlanta a real hard time. It's a straight up police state in that bitch. So fuck what you heard. It's a straight up police state up in that bitch. And it became that way very, very quickly. As a matter of fact, it became that way more intensely after the Olympics. After they built that fucking Olympic stadium in the middle of the blackest community in that city, the police state became sharp and evident, right? And white people participated heavily in the establishment of the fucking police state up in Atlanta. But the reason why, and what I was telling y'all the other day, is the reason that gentrification is genocide is because if you look at the areas that have been decimated by gentrification in this country, they are typically historically rebellious communities that have been sought after to be destroyed by the state under the guise of urban development or some bullshit like that, or eminent domain, or whatever the fuck excuse they use. But they always target previously well-functioning and rebellious communities. So anyway, um so Atlanta, not only is Atlanta been obviously a historically black, prosperous, and rebellious city, it has also been a very spiritual stronghold for black people, and it's also been the source of a lot of game-changing quote American culture. Atlanta just always had it going on. It was like the second black Mecca, right? And so what happened, and also after the counterinsurgency of the 1960s and the early 70s, and a lot of these brothers and sisters who were well-known, black nationalists that quote went into hiding and went into quote retirement, all of them are in Atlanta. All of them right now today. 80-year-old revolutionaries, 90-year-old revolutionaries, if they was in any way deeply involved in black radical life, they ass is in Atlanta. They ass in Atlanta. It is awesome. It's awesome to go to black ass events. And when I say black ass events, I mean black ass events. I mean black as fuck, black on purpose, black in your face, black fuck you, like black ass events. There ain't an event I done been to nowhere else. And I done been to a lot of events. I done been to black ass events in London. I done been to black ass events, black as fuck, in France. I done been to black ass events in New York. I done been to black ass events in DC. I done been to black ass events in Philly. You name it, I done been to black as fuck events. And the blackest as fuck events I've ever been to is Atlanta, Georgia. Because there is an energy there, baby. Because black people do what we do wherever the fuck we is. This is real life. But Atlanta, man. And that's why all these petty bourgeois Negroes, these upper middle class Negroes, become a weapon of gentrification in Atlanta. So where everybody want to say it's all black, everything and everything black is all the same, it ain't the same. It ain't the same. These Negroes, these upper class bourgeois Negroes have really played a hefty role in attempting to snuff the revolutionary energy in black ass Atlanta. Made them played a hefty role. Anyway, I told y'all I organized the first annual Black Power Awards in Atlanta in November of 2016. Okay. That was the blackest event I've ever been to in my life to this date. To this date, there has not been a black ass event that I have been to that was blacker than that shit. And I mean black in every way. I mean black as fuck in every way. Spiritually black as fuck. Militantly black as fuck. Health wise, like conscious health and wellness, black as fuck. Black conscious music, black conscious poetry, black conscious film and cinema, black conscious book writers, black agriculturalists. It was the blackest shit I ever been to date. To this very day, there's not an event that I have been to that was blacker than that. And I've been to some bad ass, dope ass, black as fuck events. There ain't an event that I've been to in the 20 years as a black nationalist organizer that was blacker than that. Not one. You can't tell me there been one. I don't give a fuck. That shit was awesome. That shit was awesome. You feel me? And so the day after the Black Power Awards, all these people were still in town. Like, what we gonna do? My flight don't leave till Monday. I'm up in Atlanta. Like, what it is to do? So I was like, damn, I didn't even think about that. Like, I got to come up with things to do for all these guests that we done invited into town, and they looking to see Atlanta the next day. You feel me? And so a homegirl of mine is an Oshun priest in Atlanta. Well, was at the time. She still is a priest, but I don't know if she's still in Atlanta. But she was an Oshun priest in Atlanta. And she was like, yo, it's crazy you calling me because we got a big ass Shango festival today. We got a big old Shango Bembe today. I was like, oh shit, that's what it is then. Everybody going to the Shango Bembe. And at the time, her Ile, her temple, was a big ass. So there is this. Atlanta is so fucking dope. It's so dope. And try as these white people may to destroy black as fuck Atlanta, they can't do it. Atlanta is dope, but it is only as dope as I'm telling you it is if you in the know, if you is linked with the crew that can show you the Atlanta that is the old Atlanta that is black as fuck. That's it. Because everything else is some TV show bullshit and ass bullshit. It's some bullshit and ass bullshit. So anyway, there is this old, it's beautiful. You if you blinked, you'd miss it. It's this old series of warehouses that used to be like military barracks, but they're warehouses, like enormous, just rows and rows, as far as the eye can see, rows and rows and rows of warehouses that used to be these secret barracks. And so then they turned it into like an artist, like a work and live, where you could rent a whole portion of these warehouses that were fully livable. Bathroom, kitchen, the upstairs was where you lived. The downstairs was like where you would set up your storefront. Some of them were just straight up open warehouses, but most of them were like 2 levels where you could sleep and live upstairs, and then downstairs would be a whole ass store, right? Well, she had one that was a dual work and live, but the front part of it was like the work area, and then the whole back portion. Hers wasn't 2 levels, it was a whole back portion where you could live. She didn't live there. She just turned it into an educational spot. But the front of it was this massive warehouse. Baby, when I say massive, this warehouse was big as fuck. And so we walk in. This is my first time going to her Ile. And the shrine that they had set up for Shango, it was so enormous. It was so big. It was so big. But let me tell you what was so great about it. That was such a good day. I should write about this. It was such a good day. It was such a good weekend. And none of us have ever taken the time to really write about it, but it was such a good weekend. That Shango Bembe was like the perfect way to round out the Black Power Awards. That was the day that I'd met the Oba who was recently killed, the king of Oyotunji African village. That was the day that I met him. That day I did not know was going to be the day that I met the king, and 3 weeks later I was going to be living in the village. You feel me? It was just a really epic kind of turning point weekend. So, but the thing that stood out more than anything about that Bembe, baby, was all of these young people, all of these young black skinned kids. And when I say kids, I mean young people, 24, 20, 18, 16, everybody hood as fuck, like multicolored hair, pressed down, wigs, girls with grills, boys with grills, mamas with their little babies on their hip with full face tattoos, like hood as you can imagine, hood as fuck. But in they hood, all of them dressed in their red and white. Those are Shango's colors. Everybody there dressed in their red and white, sporting their leke, knew all the songs, all the ceremonial songs, knew all the ceremonial dances, had all they little babies singing all the songs, doing all the dances. These young people were so hood, what y'all would call ratchet, so ratchet and so on fire for the tradition. That shit was the most invigorating shit I ever seen in my life. Oh, that shit had me off. I was like, this shit is goddamn amazing. Oh, that shit was so amazing. Oh my God, man. They was crowning all these young people. Oh man, it was so, even just thinking about it, that shit was so fucking powerful to me, because we as adults, we get bougie sometimes. We get bougie when we learn some shit, when we get put on game, like when we learn a new tradition, or we just get real extra. We get real bougie. We forget what it is like to have the fire in our chest of like our rebellious teen years and our rebellious young adult years, that weird time between 18 and 24. You feel me? These young people was hood as fuck, ratchet as hell, and all on fire for the tradition. I was like, these motherfuckers is gonna set this shit off. These is the motherfuckers right here who is gonna, they the ones that's gonna set this shit off. If the shit gets set the fuck off, it is going to be them. It ain't gonna be no intellectual. It's gonna be these babies who mean this shit. Who mean this shit. They're like, oh, Shango is about some warfare, bitch. That's my language right here. That's my language. Oh, Ogun is about setting some shit off with his double-edged axe. This my shit right here. I can resonate with this shit right here. The young sisters. Oh, Oshun, she ain't just a pretty bitch that she will cleave your head off. Oh no, this my shit right here. This speak to my spirit right here. They understood the shit better than grown folks do. They did. And that shit, child, I must have gained 10 years up in that bitch. That shit gave me life. That shit gave me life. Woo, that shit gave me life. Man. What? And when I say these young people, I ain't talking about no handful of young people. We walked up into this motherfucking warehouse with a goddamn Shango shrine that was fucking 20 feet tall, man. 20 feet tall. The king of Oyotunji African village and his whole entourage sitting up there next to the goddamn shrine. And they are surrounded by 300 Black young people with little babies, tattoos on their face, their little extensions, multicolored hair color, the dreads and fucking face tattoos and the scars, and soaking the back of miles out in the parking lot. Child, that shit gave me so much life. Oh, that shit gave me so much. I'm not even thinking about that shit, man. I ain't seen nothing even close to that shit since then. Or before, for that matter. I've seen some gangster shit in this tradition. Now, I'll tell you, like, I miss the tradition. I miss the elays. I miss the bembeys. I miss the ceremony. I miss the ritual. I do. I miss the fellowship. I miss Black people. I miss Black folks. I miss not seeing Black folks every day of my... I miss seeing Black folks every day of my life. Just not even think about it. You just see Black people every day of your life. That does not happen the fuck here. I don't see Black people every day of my life here, unless it is a concerted effort that I will need to make, which is probably the case. Unless I make a concerted effort to leave my house at a certain time of day and drive far off to a certain side of town, I will not see Black people every day. That's probably what the fuck is wrong with me up in here. I miss seeing Black people every day. No matter where you go, no matter what you do, don't matter. Your ass gonna see Black people every motherfucking day in the South. I miss South. I miss us. I miss, without trying, that's why they hate us, y'all. That's why they hate us. There is no effort required to just be invigorated by Black folks. Black folks, we extra for a reason. We gotta be extra. You feel? We gotta be extra. Because these motherfuckers is really playing games with our lives. We have to be funny. We have to be, joyful. We have to be vibrant. We have to be ratchet. We have to be all these. We have to be extra to preserve our fucking lives. Because have these motherfuckers tell it, they would let these motherfuckers have their way. They would bore us to death too. That's why they be clamping down on us so much, because they're like, it don't matter what we do, we cannot bore these bitches. Oh, it don't matter what we do, we cannot subdue their fucking pleasure. Oh, It don't matter what we do, we cannot subdue they fucking ecstasy. Oh, no matter what we try to do, they still gonna bust back with some laughter. They gonna bust back with some joy. They're gonna bust back with a new dance. They just stay busting back. It don't matter what we do, we cannot subdue them. And that shit is the proverbial thorn in these bitches' sides. Is no matter what they try to do, they cannot subdue this bitch. They cannot subdue us. And that's why they stay mad. And that's why they got to come up with all the ways to try to blaspheme and talk shit about us. And oh, we so loud. No, we so this. And no, we so that. Why we so colorful? Why you bitches got to be wearing color in your hair? Because they hate color. Isn't that what Mary Daly said? Those motherfuckers trying to establish a goddamn bureaucracy to bore you into stupidity, to bore you into goddamn dismal life, to bore you into what they calling it now, zoochosis, to bore you into submission, to bore you into a self-made prison. We ain't having it, bitch. We ain't having it. So that's why the long ass clanking ass there. We trying to disrupt your motherfucking bureaucracy. Every time we turn around, we trying to add color to this shit. We trying to stage a contest with color, bitch. What did I tell y'all the other day? In the establishment of the bureaucracy, color becomes their enemy. Isn't that something? That's why you motherfuckers think it's so classy. Oh my God. Ooh. That's why you motherfuckers think it's so classy. It's just the new fashion. Classy gray, beige. What sister was saying the other day? Beige shutters, right? White interior, no art. It's just the style. Kanye West was the Negroid attempt at he was like, what y'all call it? What do they call it? It's like a what do they call it? Like the it's like a son of a bitch. What is the concept when they take a little I cannot think of it to save my life. Ugh. Where I can't even think about it. I can't even think of it. But anyway, Kanye West was like, they reverse spook who sat by the door. This nigga was the reverse spook. He was the one that popularized that boring ass shit. Remember when he was started doing them little boring ass fashion shows where everybody in the fashion show is dressed alike and everybody in the fashion show is bald headed and everybody in the fashion show is wearing fucking beige or cream or, some variants of like anything other than black. Remember that? It never got too dark, but it would always fuse to white. But it was like nude and cream and fucking chocolate milk or some bullshit. But everything was lighter than brown. I was like, what this nigga trying to say? He done found his white Barbie doll boo, and so everything fashionable, everything desirable, even in the clothes, is everything other than brown. Y'all remember that shit? Them ugly ass fucking shoes he made. You remember that? And he was always dressing in some weird ass gray coats and shit. Or with his new wife, is the girl a princess or some shit? She's some kind of nobility or some shit. And he took her to the award show this year and had her boobies in her tutorial out and called that shit fashion. He fully dressed. This nigga fully dressed, and he got his woman up on Front Street, and she looked like a zombie. Like she looked like a zombie. She looked like her brain has been taken out and replaced with something digital. You feel me? And she was cute when they first started dating. She was cute. She was pretty. You feel me? She was cute. You feel me? All of a sudden, she looked anorexic, like the nigga don't let her eat. And then take her to an award show, knowing that the goddamn press is going to come down on this girl like a lead bomb, to have some I don't even know what the fuck, what she had on, saran wrap or some shit. I don't know what the fuck she had on. Calling that shit fashion, but deliberately had her cuchatorial and her boobies out. Knowing that she was the one that was going to catch the smoke. You feel me? You feel me? Just boring ass bullshit. So he was the reverse spook who sat by the door. He was sent to, because everybody black love him. We still hold out hope for Kanye because the nigga is talented. We still hold out hope for the old Kanye. And knowing that the old Kanye, George Bush don't care about black people, who was putting these motherfuckers on Front Street. Now all of a sudden, his ass has lost his whole entire mind. They done warped his brain and with whatever devices they done use, some Machiavellian, what that fucking shit called? The goddamn MK Ultra Machiavellian brain switcheroony on this nigga. Gave him a couple of white girls because you know that's all it takes to make a nigga brain fucked up. Am I being mean? Am I talking about I just don't like mixed race relationships? That ain't what it's about. They know mathematically, to a mathematical position, that as a part of a routine to fuck up some Negro brain, part of the necessary ingredients is to give him a white woman. That's part of the necessary ingredients. You feel me? He can't have no black ass wife. Why he can't have no black ass wife? Because she'd be yanking his chain every step of the way. Nigga, this ain't us. We ain't about this life. This ain't us. Nigga, now what? Black women ain't having it. That's why they got rid of his mama. Because she was still the black woman in his life, yanking his chain, bringing him back to his right mind when these motherfucking music moguls was trying to fuck up his brain early on. And his black ass mama was like, look, I love the little plastic surgery shit and all that shit, but bitch, we still niggas. And your ass gonna stay loyal to us. So now, fuck what you heard, fuck what these motherfuckers in your ear trying to talk about. And it wasn't until then. Kim Kardashian wouldn't have stood a chance while his mama was still alive. I would just give it to you blood raw. While his mama was still alive, she wouldn't have stood a chance. You feel me? And they know them women is a necessary ingredient. You feel me? The Machiavellian shit, the fucking MK Ultra shit, all these niggas be talking about Molly's and all of that bullshit. That's necessary. You feel me? Because any one of these niggas who was about that life before, even Lil Wayne, y'all don't even ask the question why Lil Wayne crazy. Was he always crazy? Nope. He was not always crazy. Nope. Go way back. And he talking about what the hell happened to his city. What's his city? Where his city at? New Orleans. What was he talking about? What the hell these motherfuckers did to his city. Oh, you can't find that no more though. Was he always crazy? Was he always not right in the head? Nope. Was Nicki Minaj always on that bullshit she on now, where every time some new rapper come out, she just want to be like beefing with the new chick? No. Was Lil Kim always on that bullshit she been on for the last 20 years? No. Oh, it ain't just men. But the sisters don't ever go to white dudes. That's the one thing. They don't go to white dudes. But they do be having that internalized self-hatred. While all of them become light-skinned. While all of them start lightening their makeup and wear fucking blonde wigs and shit. I'm sorry. But I did all of that shit. Before it was popular, I did it. I had about 32 wigs in my house, all different colors, glow in the dark. I did all of that shit. In the 90s, I did all of that shit. You feel me? And I'll be honest, you feel me? I know why I did it. I didn't know then. I had every excuse that everybody have. And there ain't no shade. We colorful people. But that straight hair, everybody want to be a blonde bitch shit. You have to be honest. It is a deeply insidious, internalized self-hatred. It is. And I can be honest about it because I went through it. Even when I decided I wasn't going to perm my hair anymore, I was still bleaching my hair blonde. Why I did that? You feel me? No shade. No shade. I promise no shade. Because I still like color in my hair. I just told you I'm about to dye my shit today or tomorrow. You feel me? But I had to do a real serious self-assessment, that especially as a political activist, I had to take a firm position about, even if I color my hair multicolored, the one color I was not going to color my hair was fucking blonde. Just on GP. On GP, no blonde hair, no more. I can't be on militant. I can't be no black nationalist. I can't be saying I'm about that life and I'm still fucking bleaching my hair blonde. On GP, I'll color that shit any other color but blonde. If I want my hair looking like motherfucking Rainbow Bright, I'm all right with that because I know we colorful motherfuckers. But just on my adversion. Oh, oh, mm, 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 mm. Woo. Woo. Child, this thing is letting me know about myself, okay? Oh my God. Ooh. But just on GP, baby. Just on GP. And from that day to this, from the day that I professed to be a black nationalist and I was 24 years old, from that day to this, I have not had blonde hair. And I used to do that shit. I've colored my hair in many, many colors. But just on the strength of, I know what it means. I know politically what blonde hair means. Even if y'all don't know, y'all say it's just fashion. It's just, I just like it better. I just like the way it looked on me better. I hear you, but you don't know. And that's okay. Most of us don't know how we be railroaded the fuck out of under the guise and auspice of color. I mean, of culture. I get it. But there's a reason that Mary J. Blige has never colored her hair any other color but blonde, reddish blonde, if you want to be that specific, but blonde. There's a reason. There's a reason that all these chicks stay so hogtied to blonde. You understand? And I'm not talking because of my opinion. I am talking about having done deep dives. There's so many deep dives that I have done over the last 5 years that I haven't even shared with you guys. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Mm, 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 mm. Woo, woo. God damn. Woo. Son of a bitch. And that's how it do. It just creep right up on you like yesterday I was perfectly fine. Today I woke up with that little twinge. And that was all it took. And goddamn, woo, woo. I should have did that shit. That's what happened when you ain't up on your own practice, child, because every spring, without fail, it has become my permanent ritual. My permanent ritual is to do that liver gallbladder cleanse every spring. Thank you for the donation, Claudia Ancra. Is to do that liver gallbladder cleanse every spring during the liver gallbladder season. And this year, I was like, there was so much happening in the world. You know what I'm saying? Somebody had just moved in with me because his house burnt down to the ground. It was a lot happening in the spring this year. We had a megalomaniac take hold of the reins of power. There was a lot happening. I was like, you know what? I ain't in the right mind to be fasting during this spring. And I came up with some excuse about why I couldn't do my 2-day liver gallbladder ritual. And today is the day. It's like, okay, well, you gonna be with that bullshit, then we gotta teach you a lesson. Woo! Oh. Oh, I got a book last night. Where that book at? I got a book last night. It was on sale because they damaged it at the place that I got the Philosophical Research Center. I'm gonna show y'all this book. The cover is so gorgeous. Every move, I'm suffering. The cover of this book, y'all have seen this picture many, many times before. Because the cover is a Sybil, but it's the stereotypical picture when you see pictures of the Sibyls. The name of the book is called Pagans. Can y'all see it? But whenever you Google the word Sibyls, this is one of the main pictures that comes up. But look at the cover on this book. Isn't this gorgeous? It's called the visual culture of pagan myths, legends, and rituals. I got it at the Philosophical Research Center last night, and it was on sale because somebody had dropped it on the floor and it had busted the seam at the bottom of the book. But the imagery in this book, I'm obsessed. I'm excited about this purchase right here, baby. This book was meant for me. It's mine. I can't stretch any. I can't get up any closer. I'm hurt, y'all. I'm hurt. They have so many books at that place, the Philosophical Research Center. When I tell y'all, I already tell y'all I'm a book whore. It's the problem that I have. It is the problem of my life is that I don't currently occupy the space that can adequately house all the books that I have and house all the books that I want. So every time I buy new books, I'm trying to squeeze out pieces and places and crevices in my home to place my new book, to give my new book a home. Y'all think I'm kidding. Y'all think this shit behind me is it. This, and this, there's one over here you can't even see. So this red one right here, there's one just like it on the other side between these two white shelves like this. And each shelf you see is 2 rows back. It's this row and then one behind it, 2 rows deep. Each one you see is 2 rows deep. So I got this one 2 rows deep all the way down. This one 2 rows deep all the way down. This one 2 rows deep all the way down. And then multiply these 3 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. This times 10. This right here, when I say I got about 3,000 books in this little bitty apartment, I ain't joking. About 3,000 books in this little bitty apartment. And that ain't even close to all the books that I want. And since I done started going to this Philosophical Research Center, I'm like, this is going to be a problem because they have new books. They have a bookstore in the Philosophical Research Center. But then they also have a separate used bookstore. Used bookstore. There is a book collection that we're going to have to fundraise for. It is, you know, I'm always talking to y'all about how we need to find some Jew who is about that life to collect us a copy of the Talmud, because you can't just buy no Talmud. It's like 77 volumes or something like that. I forget how many volumes. But like, we need to find one of them conscious Jews that's really about that life and ain't about that religious bullshit to galvanize us a copy of the Talmud. This fucking bookstore, the used bookstore has a complete volume of the Jewish esoteric. It's not Jewish, is it? I think it's like I'm not really familiar, but I know that we need it. It's the complete equivalent of the Talmud of Zoroastrianism. Okay, of Zoroastrianism. And so it's 22 volumes, and we need that shit. I was like, how much y'all sell it? Because it's used, right? It's obviously old, it's used. And I was like, how much y'all, it's 22 volumes. And I said, how much y'all trying to sell this complete works of Zoroastrianism? She's like, $1,200. She's like, we may be able to negotiate. She did say that one volume was missing. I think she said volume 14 was missing. She said $1,200. I was like, everything up in there, I know we need it. I know we need it. I know we need it. I know I need to be disseminating these books among you bitches so that we can be reading each book and coming to the table with the notes that we got from our particular book. I'm telling you, as soon as I saw that goddamn collection, I was like, oh shit, I know we need this. Plus, I cannot buy the books fast enough there. One, because I felt guilty actually buying this book last night, but I was like, I know this book is for me. The book, because the book they sold to me for $32 last night. That book is this regular price. The regular price on that book, I think they had it at $75. Yeah, it's $75. And then also that book, they have a book there. The book is like it's I want the big one. I mean, you can get it. Like I have a digital copy of it. What is it? The Secret Teachings of All the Ages by Manly P. Hall. I have a digital copy of it, but I want the book. And I don't want the mini version of the book. I want the book. I want the book that he first bought, that he first pulled together. That book is like $275. I want that fucking book. The book is like this big. It's like this big. Hard copy. It's extraordinary. And it's the reason, look at how shit just come around full circle like that. Feel me? The reason that I titled this, To What Ends. Look at how shit just be turned. I didn't even intend that, but look how shit just be coming full circle. Since we talking about Manly P. Hall. Show y'all for y'all that didn't see it yesterday, my little rattler. This is my newest instrument for my sound therapy session next week. Made out of 2 CDs that I couldn't save. One was cracked, so I hot glued it back together. And then the other one was scratched beyond repair. And my white bottle caps, water bottle caps, and I put seed beads on the inside. And then my little these pods, they just literally fall off all the trees around here, these long pods. So I just use the pod as the little arm. And so this is one of my instruments that I made for my sound therapy session. I still have to paint it. Today I'm going to spray paint it metallic gold. That's it. I love this. I've been carrying this around in my purse and everything. This one is like fun. I like this one. Maybe there's a reason kids are like addicted to the sound of rattlers. I carried this around in my purse all day, and every time I was riding in the car, I was like, yeah, this was a lot of fun. Anyway, so, and then I'm going to wrap it up. Let's see, what time did I start? 3:30? But I'm in pain. So I think I'm going to wrap this up soon. But anyway, the reason that I called this, To What Ends, is because I've been, for whatever reason, and I know that the mother has a purpose for it, but for whatever reason, I've been introduced over the last 4 or 5 months into these spaces that are extremely esoteric. The PRS, or the Philosophical Research Center, so the Philosophical Research Society, I started going to about 4, maybe 5 weeks ago. That was the place I was telling you about, that the young woman that was helping me with my birth chart, she took me there. And I have been going there at least twice a week, sometimes 3 times a week. Because sometimes I get stuck in my house and there's so much here, and sometimes I can't study clearly. I have to be outside typically, or I will go to the research center where it's extremely quiet, but it's still big and open like I'm outside, right? And so I've been going there a lot. And then they have a lot of events. Like they have events literally every day of the week. So I've been going there a lot, and because I've been meeting people there, I've been turned on to other places that are in a line with like esoterica and shit like that. And so I was talking to another woman, and she was telling me, and I had a side eye. I did. I gave the sister a side eye in the beginning because she was talking about Scientology, and then she was like, "Yo." I was like, sis, I don't tell you, I was hoping you wouldn't get caught up. She's like, nah, bitch, I ain't caught up. She said, I'm trying to go up in there and get what I need because they obviously doing something right for this shit to be as long standing as it is. I'm gonna go up in there and get what I need and come out and be ready to put the sisters on game. I was like, all right, now just don't you get caught up. So she was telling me about their library. She said, Cassandra, look, she said, I know you feel a way about Scientology. She said, but as soon as I walked into this library, to their library, which is under lock and key, just like the Philosophical Research Society, baby, the Philosophical Research Society, you can't just go up in there and look through books. Nope. Everything is in glass boxes, locked. You have to look. You have their entire library is online. Their entire library is online. So you can scroll through the library virtually, and then you can select the book that you want to, or books that you want to look through. You have to select those books and reserve them. So when you come to the library that is only open 2 days a week, they will have the book pulled for you from behind lock and key. And you cannot take no markers or no ink pens. You can take a pencil and a small notebook to take notes from the books that you check out, but you can only check out to read for the time that the library is open. You can't check them out of the building. You check them out. Oh, You check them out online. They have them waiting for you when you come in on Thursday or Friday when the library is open. The library is open for 5 hours. So you can read the book as long as you want for them 5 hours. You can take all the notes you want for them 5 hours, but you can't bring no highlighters or markers, and you can't bring no big purse or book bag. Nope. And then as soon as the library is closed, you turn that book back in. Well, she said there's a library with the Church of Scientology. She said that the library put that library to shame. She said it's the same way. You can't check no books out. You can read the books while you're on the property. She said, but as soon as I saw this library, she said, I thought about you. She was like, this library, child, is over the top. It's off the chain. And it already kind of hurts talking to her. It already had me on something that I've been thinking about some time, to what end, about the connections between all of these seemingly unrelated men. And they were all connected. Manly P. Hall, Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard, Aleister Crowley, Madame Blavatsky. Who else? The guy from The Cult of I Am. Did you know that they all had very intimate relationships? Especially Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard and Manly P. Hall. And do you know the thing that they all had in common? These brilliant, genius esotericists. Somebody surprised me. Tell me the one thing that links them all together besides esotericism, besides their interest in esoterics. Tell me the common line, the common thread of connection between them all. Just tell me. No, not all of them were Jews. I already looked. Tell me the common thread of connection between all of them. One common thread between Blavatsky and her cohorts, between Crowley, between what's his name, Manly, between L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons, who actually worked for NASA at the time. Y'all being too deep about the shit. It ain't that deep. Homosexuality, what that's got to do with them being esoterics? Catholic, okay, maybe, but I doubt all of them was Catholic. Some of them were Jews, not all of them, but some of them were Jews. Nope, because Madame Blavatsky wasn't a man. No, y'all making this shit too deep. It's right in front of your face. Remember what he said? Always be able to recognize what is right in front of you. Stop looking around. Whew, so that you miss. No, no, no. It ain't. White is a part of it though, but it ain't the fact that they all white. Of course they all white, but that ain't it. Nope, they ain't all British. That ain't it. Y'all being too deep, man. Listen. They all hated niggas. They all were white nationalists. Every single solitary one. All of them were white nationalists. All of them. All of them. All of them. All of them. Mm-hmm. All of them. Every single one. Every single one. Every single one. When I watched that documentary, it was a documentary, then an interview. That's why I said white is a part of it. That's what I said. That's why I said white is a part of it. But then being white is not enough. What is it? Because all these white people love them. They may not have known that they were all white nationalists. And these white people who are still at the PRS are like, oh my gosh, they were so brilliant. They were so smart. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. And most of them, I am certain, because there's so many people of color that work down at the Philosophical Research Society and probably do not know that this motherfucker was not only a supporter of white nationalists, but a lot of his financial support came from known white nationalists. I'm certain they don't know that. They think he was just a progressive guy talking about deep, esoteric, They don't know that Jack Parsons was a racist. They don't know that L. Ron Hubbard was a fucking racist. That Madame Blavatsky was a racist, was a known racist. You understand? The Cult of I Am, the two founders, the husband and wife founders of the Cult of I Am, were supporters of Nazi Germany. And we always talk about, I am are the two most powerful words of manifestation. Huh? That it's him. I forget his name, but the motherfucker who was the founder of the Cult of I Am is why all these crackers be descending upon what is wrong with my brain? This sucks. Man, somebody tell me the name of the damn mountain where everybody be going in Northern California. All the hippies and all the esotericists. What is wrong with my damn brain? This shit sucks. Mount Shasta. Thank you so much. Oh, that was gonna annoy the fuck out of me. But the reason that all these people be descending upon Mount Shasta right now today, where the goddamn Native Americans is constantly having to stage a fucking contest because these white people just want to go and bum rush Mount Shasta. That white nationalist who was the founder of the Cult of I Am is the reason that Mount Shasta was put on the map as a sacred site for ceremony. Because he went to Mount Shasta and got a download from St. Jerome. He is the reason. In 1920? He the reason. This was what they all had in common. I just saw, let me just tell you how we have to see the web. We have to see the web. We have to see the web. And we have to be thinking about the webs of connection all the time, all the time, all the time. That's why I be up in here obsessing. Because I just saw, I posted it on my YouTube channel, on my community section. I just saw an old series of videos by Sister Soldier. The two videos, Slavery is Back in Effect And what was the other one? I forget the other one. But then also there was a press conference that she did when Bill Clinton made her public enemy number one during his bid for the president of the United States of America. If you didn't see it, go back on my community page on my YouTube channel, because I forgot how extraordinarily powerful this young Black woman was. That press conference that she delivered was the most gangster shit. She called out everybody. She called out Clinton and all his crooked ass ties. She left no stone unturned. She did that. It was so eloquent. Ooh, it was eloquent and sharp as blades. With every word she spoke, she was stabbing some bitch in the heart. You hear me? It was great. But one of the things that she mentioned, webs of connection, one of the things that she mentioned that would have went over my head had I not just talked to y'all about it. She talked about an article that had been written about her by the Washington Post that was full of untruths, and I'm going to address each untruth one by one. She said, I'm not surprised because the Washington Post is a very the Washington Post is a very right-leaning Republican, blah, 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 blah. I was like, oh shit. So in this press conference that she delivered in 1992, and one of the primary focuses of this press conference was to discredit the Washington Post for the lies that it posted about her. Why is that a thread of connection? Because I talked to y'all at length about these different cults that were very popular in the United States. Remember, I was telling y'all about that piece that Netflix did called How to Be a Cult Leader? Remember that? I was talking to y'all about the doc. It was made as a funny documentary, like an ironic documentary based on the 10 most notorious cults in the history of the United States. And then they did this kind of ironic, funny piece on Netflix called How to Become a Cult Leader. Go watch it if you haven't. Get your life right. One of the cults mentioned was very, very popular when I was very young, 10 to about 14. They still around, but it was like in the peak of its popularity in the mid 80s to the early 90s. And the name of the the name of the cult was the Moonies. That's what the nickname was, the Moonies. And it was named after the founder, who I don't remember. His last name was Moon. I don't remember his whole name, but Moon. So anyway, they were called the Moonies. And one of the things in this documentary that stood out was when he was attempting to go international with his cult, he was very interested in far right politics in the United States of America. And to be able to get what he needed from these far right politicians, one of the first things that he did was bought the Washington Post. To this day, the Washington Post is owned by this cult called the Moonies, which was a very right-leaning, Republican-supporting. As a matter of fact, this dude who ran the cult, he was supported by Nixon and Reagan. Yes, he was. So QB talking about the Washington Post was supposed to be left-leaning when I came out of high school, because someone Republican just bought it under strange circumstances. The strange circumstances was it was a motherfucking North Korean man who said that he was the second Jesus, that the first Jesus failed the mission, and that God himself told him, you are my new son, you the second Jesus, because the first Jesus dropped the ball. Because I was telling y'all, the Moonies is why we eat. They ain't even motherfucking Japanese. The Moonies is why we got sushi in the United States of America. This motherfucker started buying fishing fleets. Moon, whatever his name is, Moon, started buying shipping fleets from Japan to start bringing fresh fish to the United States so that Americans could have sushi. It was a North Korean that gave Americans sushi, not the Japanese. All of this is in the documentary. That's how he amassed his fortunes. That's how he became a multi-millionaire turned billionaire. And so I'm sitting here watching this shit by Sister Soldier, this press conference that she did in 1992 while she was talking about why the goddamn Washington Post so interested in my life that it would go to these extremes to lie about me. But here's my real history. Here's my resume. Boom, 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 boom. These are where all the lies was. And then I'm sitting here watching this shit the other day, and she said the Washington Post. I was like, oh fuck. The Washington Post was fucking was owned since the 70s. The Washington Post was since the late 70s or the early 80s owned by a North Korean who believed that he was the second son of God Almighty. Of God Almighty. That the first son was a failure, and so God told him, I need a second son. You're going to be my son. To this day, there are still hundreds of millions of members of the Moonies. Yup. They just did another, Sun Myung Moon. That's what Sun Myung Moon. I didn't want to say it, but I was like, it sounds like Sun Myung Moon. Yep, Sun Myung Moon. I was right. Sun Myung Moon. Born in North Korea, child. Said that he had, he was visited by God Almighty himself. So, like, my first son, he wasn't shit. Feel me? How you gonna fuck up something that's your destiny? So you the one. You gonna carry the new gauntlet. Uh-huh. Yeah, he was the one that would take 30,000 people, 30,000 arranged marriages by he himself, and rent Dodger Stadium and perform a single wedding among 30,000 couples. Yep, that's the one. That's who did that. That's who did that. He was heavily supported by Reagan, by Nixon. Oh yeah. So when I talk about these esotericists and all of these lines, these threads of connection, and the main thread of connection is white nationalism. This motherfucker ain't even a cracker. His ass is North Korean, supposedly the arch enemy of America for a long time, not just recently, for a long time. Supposedly North Korea been the arch enemy of America. But honey, they welcomed that motherfucker into the country with open arms. Yes, they did. His two sons, right now run the operation. One is the figurehead of the operation, and the other broke off, splintered off because he wasn't the next in line to lead. So he created his own cult, the cult of the gun. They worship guns. Go see. They worship guns. They have an altar with all these guns. They worship guns. These are white nationalists. Korean as the day is long. Not only Korean, North Korean as the day is long. Right here in the United States of America, bitch. They stay playing in y'all face. They stay playing in y'all face. They stay playing in y'all face. You feel me? He was hugely supported, hugely welcomed by Nixon and Reagan. Yes, he was. He bought the Washington Post, one of the primary newspapers of Washington, D.C. Yes, he did that. How he was able to do that as a North Korean in the United States of America, as an immigrant in the United States of America. How was he able to do that? Isn't that something? Isn't that something? And so the reason I point out this thread of connection, the reason I point out that you have to be so vigilant. Would the regular person have drawn out of a speech, of a press conference that Sister Soldier did in 1992? What's that, 40 years ago? In 1992? In 1992, about rotten ass Bill Clinton putting a target on her head for music? And she was like, with all the shit happening in the world, you want to attack me, a 20-something-year-old rapper activist. I'm public enemy number one in the midst of your campaign to become president of the United States, right? And then she said Washington Post, and I immediately thought about this connection to freaking white nationalist Republican radicals, and how and how Sun Young Moon became they guy right in the United States, right in the heart of DC, bitch. Yes, he did. He did that. And so when I tell you, I'm always telling y'all, you are the issue. Who is the you? Female born people. You are the issue. You have always been the issue. You will remain the issue until you make yourself the issue on the terms that you said. Mm-hmm. You people born with uteruses, you are the issue. You are the target of every aggression. You are the object of the hatred of every male leader on earth, no matter what color they are. Do you understand? And that is across the globe, you female possessing human beings. But you female possessing human beings who came up on this bitch with black ass skin, yes, Africans, but you black skinned females everywhere on earth, you so-called untouchables, you so-called dark skinned, what they call them in the Philippines, nigratos, you nigratos, you so-called aboriginals, you Maori, you in Southeast Asia, you dark-skinned female people, you dark-skinned people in South America, you dark-skinned people in South and Central America, in North America, you black skin having uterus possessing humans, you are the primary objective, you are the primary target, and you black-skinned bitches with nappy hair, this thing that stands out as unusual among all on earth, your ass is public enemy number one. And they tell you in your face all the time, and you'll say everything but what it is. You will call it everything but what it is. You will see Medusa and paint her face white. Oh, God. Damn. Woo. You will see Medusa and paint her face white. Yes, you will. You will see Medusa and paint her every color but black. You stay avoiding the inevitable. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. All y'all do. From the white to the blackest. Even you black ass women. Even you black skinned women, no matter where you are on earth. You will convince yourself that it is something other than what it is when it is right in your face. Huh? Yes, you will. And until you all come to terms with, and I will be honest, you others among you, right, who suffer because of the perception of weakness superimposed on females, the perception, the mythology superimposed on females, those of you who live in the proximity of femaleness, your oppression is tied to your proximity to femaleness. So if you start concluding that your enemy is some uterus possessing human, you are a patriarch. You are a patriarch. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Your internalized patriarch is taking up too much space in your head. You ain't doing enough battle with that motherfucker in your head that if you have concluded that female people born with uteruses, okay? People born with uteruses, born with vaginas, are your main problem, your ass is a patriarch. Your ass is a patriarch. Now I'm gonna just give it to you blood raw. Now I'm gonna tell you, we all are at some level a patriarch. We all are. Fuck what you heard. You can be gay and still be a patriarch. You can be LGBTQIA plus and still be a patriarch. And most of you are. You can be cis het and definitely be a patriarch. You can be black, white, and all the races in between and still be a patriarch. Your ass can be black and oppressed and a slave and still be a patriarch, baby. Yes, 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 yes. It's the only way the patriarchy has been able to remain. is because it has seeded itself in every last one of our uteruses. This is our uterus after birth. You feel me? This is where we create things. This is where we give birth to things. This is where inception occurs. The inception that occurs that gives rise to you, right? The egg and the sperm, you feel me? That's the initial inception. But we are going through the process of the reproduction of real life every single day. Every day we go through that. So even though I was born with a uterus, bitch, doesn't mean that my birth giving processes ended at the one child that I gave birth to. I give birth every motherfucking day. Guess why? Because my brain has been seeded every single day. Every single day, some idea, light of illumination pops up into my brain. And then if I'm stealthy enough, then over a process, you feel me, over a gestational period, I will give birth to this creation that just started as a spark of light in my head where two synapses came together and was like, bitch, you need to create this. And I'm like, okay, I need to create this. And so I go through the processes of growing it and thinking about it and how it's going and writing little notes about it and drawing little pictures about it. And then all of a sudden, this becomes a thing. This started out as an idea that has now been given birth to, that is a thing that everyone can see. So everybody is a birth giver. Everybody is a creator. Everybody goes through this inception, this gestational, and this birth-giving process. That's why mommy and I are one. So even if you was not born with a uterus, bitch, there is no reason to envy your mother. There is no reason to envy females. There is no reason to hate females because she gifted you exactly with the power that she had to give you birth, to give you life. You can give life every single day, right? That's the whole story of Inky attempting to overthrow his mother. She's like, why are you mad, bitch? Why are you mad that people still love me? I gave you everything that you need. You are God. Why are you God? Because bitch, I'm God. I can only give birth to God. I can only produce God because that's what I am. So why you mad? Why you hating on me? But she love a baby, so she take a back seat to his little temper tantrum. And she took a back seat too long, and that shit became malignant. And it ended up with her being suppressed. It ended up with her being cast into a motherfucking prison for several thousand years. You feel me? And the whole time she's telling him, there is nothing that I do that you cannot do. Why? Because you are me. Why? Because mommy and I are one. Whatever I can do, I have already gifted you with the ability to reproduce. You don't have to give birth out of your body, bitch, out of your actual body parts, because here is your second uterus. Here is the universe and all the potential that rests in it. All the potential that rests in the actual universe rests inside your own heaven, rests inside your own universe. So why you hating on me, bitch? Why are you hating on me? Because the one thing I actually do, you can't do. You can't actually give birth out of your actual body. So now you mad, and so you spend 6,000 years terrorizing females because the one thing that they can do, you can't do. Instead of just showing the proper reverence for it and saying, damn, see, she give birth out of her vagina, but I give birth out of my heavenly uterus, out of my heavenly space. This is heaven for me. This is the heaven that I came out of. The uterus is heaven. But guess what? I have a heaven too. And so I can give birth out of this heaven. I can give birth out of this heaven. Don't you give birth out of this? Every time you open your mouth, you birth something new that comes from a seeding process that started in your heart. Isn't that what they teach you? Didn't the Hindus say that this is the great gate of liberation right here? This right here? Why y'all hating on us? Stop hating on us. Stop hating on your mother. What did they say about the thank you for the donation, Nebby Blue. What did they say about the Kali Yuga? That the only males that'll be spared the destruction of the Kali Yuga are those who worship at the lotus of their mother's feet. Those who worship at the lotus of their mother's feet, and those who treat their wives as gods in their home. Isn't that what it said? Isn't that what we read? That the only males that will be spared the destruction of the Kali Yuga are those who worship at the lotus of their mother's feet. the lotus of their mother's feet. What do we watch in The Power, which we are reading, the book that we are reading? In the television series, when all these Arab males was facing off, heavily armed with tanks and machine guns and riot gear at unarmed women because they had some sparkle fingers, and they started shooting to scare the women, started shooting in the air. And one old woman all the women dropped to the ground when the gun started. And one old woman stood up among the crowd. All the other women was on the ground. And she recognized the man leading the gun on the tank. He was standing up on the external gun on the tank. Because she saw him. And she looked just like this. She said, Rashid. Just like that. Rashid. And she starts to say to him, my son. This was her baby, man. I cried at that scene. Just talking about the scene, I'm all watery-eyed and shit. She's standing there in full hijab. And all the women dropped to the ground because these fucking men, every man out there, some woman in the crowd that gave birth to, and the old lady dressed in full black hijab stands up while all the women are on the ground. She said, Rashid, why do you do this? Why do you do this? And she looking at all the men now. Now they all look shamed. Because she done called this nigga out by his name. My son. We are unarmed women. Why would you do this? She said, and then she started looking to all the men. She said, don't you all know that heaven lies at your mother's feet? Don't you? This is an Arab woman. I'm reading this shit in some Hindu script about the Kali Yuga, that the only men who will be spared destruction in the Kali Yuga are those who worship at the lotus of their mother's feet and those who treat their wives as gods in their home. And then I watched this TV show and this Arab woman standing there completely destroyed because the man holding the machine gun on the top of a tank to face against unarmed women is her son, is her baby, is the person who came right out of her fucking body. Rashid, she looked heartbroken. She couldn't believe it. This her baby. Rashid. Why are you doing this? We just want to get past. Why would you men be doing this to your country women? Don't you know that heaven lies at your mother's feet? Don't you all know that heaven lies at your mother's feet? And all the men look shamed. All the men start putting their guns down and creating a path for the women to walk past. Why you got to be shamed to recognize that every time you walk down the street and see some woman, you are looking into God's eyes? What in the fuck has happened to y'all? What the fuck has happened to y'all? Huh. Ooh. I told y'all this thing is getting worse and worse. It started as a just hours later. So I'm gonna have to be extra loving and extra gentle, extra gentle to my poor little liver tonight because she got an attitude. She's like, "You filthy bitch, you bitch." I'm about to have to go lay outside somewhere against a tree or something. But anyway, the line of connection, the thread of connection, y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all one more story. It was so subtle. It was so simple. It was so simple, and it is what keeps me in a constant quandary. I'll be honest. I saw this video. I was just dumb scrolling through Facebook, and I saw this video of this woman who every birthday since her baby was 2, she would take a short little video of the baby saying his age. And so at 2, she says, say, I'm 2. And the little baby says, I'm 2. And so it was a cute little short compilation of every year that the baby would say his birthday until this year, which was his 15th birthday. So little white baby, right? A little white boy child. And so it was a cute little short compilation of every year that the baby would say his birthday until this year, which was his 15th birthday. So little white baby, right? A little white boy child. And so little white baby, right? A little white boy child. And I was like, oh, that's cute. That's a good idea. That's real cute, right? And so I sent it to my daughter because Zane is about to be 6, right? Kalani is about to be 8. It's like so fast. They were little when they left here, and now they're like whole little people. And I stay sad about my grandkids because I really hated that they left. I really hated the day that they left. But anyway, I was like, "Oh, this is cute. This might be a cute idea for you to do with the babies while they're still young." And I watched that video like 3 or 4 times. And I started sobbing when I watched that video because as a mom and a grandmother, seeing this little baby at 2 years old, his little cute self saying, I am 3. Today I am 4 years old. La 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 la, right? And I'll tell you that video fucked me up. It did. It fucked me up because when that baby was 2, he represented nothing but raw potential. He did. That's all he represented was the innocence and the perpetual joy and the perpetual like vision that parents have. That is the raw potential that their new babies represent. That little 2-year-old was blemishless. Yes, he was. That little 2-year-old white male child was blemishless. At 3, he was blemishless. At 4, he was blemishless. And something begins to happen, whether it's in his household or whether it's in society or whether his parents try to do every single thing right and he still has to go to school. Something happens in this society that destroys human beings. And that destruction manifests itself in different ways. Something happens in this society where Black male children are destroyed, and that looks a certain way. Something happens in this society, not in the inherentness of the child's presentation at birth. And it's what I'm always trying to reconcile with y'all. I understand why people say, I hate white people. I empathize with it, and I completely understand why it is. But is the flaw inherent white skinnedness? Is the flaw white skinnedness? Because I watched this little baby, this little white male child, and my knee jerk response wasn't, he white. He white. That wasn't. As a matter of fact, it was so cute. I cried little tears like, oh, the little baby. Right? I do that so much these days, watching little, videos of babies. But I'm telling y'all, man, there is a specific level of empathy. There is a specific level of empathy. That's all I can say. Like empathy of like heartbreak that I experience when I see little videos of babies that are male. Babies that are born male. I don't think we talk about it enough. I don't think we talk about it enough. I don't think we talk about it anywhere near enough. The kind of damage that has been done to babies in this society. I don't think we spend enough time talking about what happens in the life of a human being that transforms them from the beautiful, squishy, ever laughing, easily pleased, squishy little baby boys that we love to the monsters that they are molded to become in a patriarchal white nationalist society. Not only that, the kind of externally imposed, internally received, externally imposed and internally received and internalized terror campaign waged specifically on children born male. And I wasn't even thinking about it that deep. I was just dumb scrolling in my bed. I hadn't even got out the bed yet, just my little dumb scrolling, and saw this cute little video this woman had made of her baby saying his age at each birthday. I'm 3 years old today. On, and just being like, oh my God, it's so cute, little babies, right? And as he got older, because he was 15, I'm telling you, watching this video, I saw something change in this child's eyes, man. I saw something change in this child's eyes at 12. Hey, I'm 12 years old. Today, I'm 13. I'm 14 years old. Today, I'm 15 years old. I saw something change in this child's eyes. I don't have to guess about what's happening in his home. Somebody says white women raised Donald Trump. Okay, fine. It may not even be that deep. You feel what I'm saying? Like I said, I know people who happen to have white skin who were good people as good people go. You know, raised their kids, did the right thing. But does that shield them from the antagonisms replete in the world that we live in, that is dominated by patriarchy and its most peak expression, which is white nationalism? And so I just felt so much sorrow watching this video, man. At first I thought it was just because I miss my grandkids. But when this child became like 11 and 12, I saw something in this child's eyes that looked like despair, man. And I don't think we talk enough about it. That's my point. I hear you, Tom Hardy. White women have been the greatest teachers of patriarchy, but they learned it too. They learned it too. And they didn't raise those kids by themselves, Tom Hardy. I get it. I'm saying I have no qualms. I don't ever stage no contest with people around the world who have, for their safety and for their rationality, have expressed that white people are the problem. White people are my problem. White people are responsible for everything that is wrong in my life. I get it. But I am talking about as a spiritual woman who also is a political activist, who also had been a black nationalist for the bulk of my adult life. But I have children and grandchildren, and it causes me to ask questions that are deeper than just those things that we say we understand with our eyes. You understand? And I don't accept that, Tom Hardy. I don't accept that. That everything, every being, every entity exists on this planet because it's supposed to. So I don't accept that. I see what you're saying. Okay, I see what you're saying now that you corrected that. But even still, when you say race is not real, that race is a construct, it is a construct that has very real implications politically in the world. So I ain't even trying to get that deep about it. What I am talking about is the infant. What I am talking about, whatever race that infant is, by the way, because white males are not the only males that cause harm in the world. So that's not what I'm talking about. I ain't trying to make this about race politics. What I'm saying is when I, as a mother, as someone who has housed a human being in my body, me, as a grandmother who knew as a scientist that all of my potential progeny were already in my body when I found out I was pregnant with a girl. As a person who has experienced this most sacred ceremony, which is childbirth, which is pregnancy, right? Which is to take seeming abstraction and form it and shape it and give life to it and give destiny to it through this process of pregnancy and birth, to be able to empathize even while being able to sternly critique what is wrong and who is responsible. It's not an either or, it's a both. And so, and then I, for a short period of time, had my hand in raising a boy child. He was not my own, he was my stepson. And he had such a gentle spirit. He was such a sweet, sweet Sagittarian baby boy. He was such a sweet child. He had such a big spirit. And even as a father, he is such a good father, such a good man. Right? But when I was raising Quasio, when Quasio was living with me, there was just a softness in my heart for him that was not the same as it was with my girls. It wasn't. It was different. And at the time, I didn't know how to give expression to that difference. And it wasn't until I started really getting into this work with the goddess, because when I was raising Kaziel, I was still an atheist most of the time. And then we started going into Ifa. But there was an emotion that I had for Quasiel. There was an emotion that I had for him that I didn't know how to articulate at the time. And it wasn't until Morgan had Zane, my daughter had my first grandson, and they moved in here, that I started to feel this thing that was different. Because Kalani, my first grandchild, that girl, I know it sounds like a contradiction to say that baby has my whole heart. That little girl has my whole heart. And guess what? My heart is still big enough for my grandson to have my whole heart. But my relationship to Kalani was so different. That girl was my lesson in life. That girl is my baby. She will always be my baby. I love that little girl. I love that little human. Zane, he was so different. The emotion that I had for him, I had not felt since I became Quasiel's stepmother at times 10. And that's when I really started to try to reason in my mind why the feeling of love felt different for Zane than it did for Lonnie. Not greater or less, different, just different. And watching that video just the other day, of this little white male child, that I think I sat with that video for some time, y'all. I was up in here distraught. I was up in here teary-eyed. I'm about to be teary-eyed now just thinking about it, because I just thought about just how wicked and monstrous this shit is, how wicked and monstrous patriarchy is, how wicked and monstrous we do not even go half deep enough into how wicked and evil and monstrous this orchestration is, patriarchy. We don't even come close. We can articulate the way our oppression looks. We don't even come close, because we do not view it from the perspective of the damage and the harm that it does to the innocent, the harm that it does to the most vulnerable on earth, which are babies, which are young children. We don't view it from that perspective. We view it from the intellectual perspective of the person that I am, as a thinking and reasoning adult who is about that life and who wants to be, a revolutionary or whatever. You feel me? And it is those moments. And obviously, I'm losing some. And I would hate to say that it is because you've never given birth to children that what I'm saying that is super simplistic is over your head. I am talking about being a person who gave birth to human beings and being able to empathize, being able to recognize in an instant, like seeing a less than a minute video of a child stating his age every year, and seeing something be lost in this baby's eyes by the time he is 11. I'm telling you, it was palpable to see that something was lost in this baby's eyes by the time he was 11. To see something darken his spirit by the time he was 11. And to recognize that as one who has been a hardcore, very studied, 20-year socialist, African, internationalist, black nationalist, turned devotee of Ifa, 10 years of medical school, parent, step-parent, godparent, and grandparent, to come to a point so seemingly simple, to look into the eyes of a 2-year-old white male child and recognize that that child too represents all possibilities, no mistakes, and all potentialities. And something happens in this society, whether or not it happens in their home, something happens in society at large that transforms particularly male children into monsters that go to war with women. Something transforms that baby male into a soldier of patriarchy, willing to enthusiastically rain hell on the lives of women and other children. Something is broken in them. Something breaks in them. Something breaks in them. That thing that breaks in them is deliberately, scientifically, and methodically imposed on them by patriarchy. What we are looking at when we make the just critiques of hostilities of males and misogyny and patriarchy, it is just for us to make these critiques because it is our bodies that are impacted by that shit. But at the same time, can we go deeper than that and say what transformed our babies that we love and we nurture in our bodies and we play with? I see these little videos of these little beautiful black boy babies, and I feel concerned because they are sweet. Their baby cells, they are sweet. Their baby dispositions are just as sweet and soft and malleable as any baby girl. And I feel this deep concern for these black male babies. I feel this deep concern for black male babies, as I should. But these same black male babies that are victimized by the state, in a lot of ways become agents of the state. What does that? At what point are they successfully conditioned? What happens, whether in their homes or in society, that makes them, quote, functional agents of the state? And I'm not talking about paid agents. I'm talking about drug dealers as agents of the state. I'm talking about gang violence as agents of the state. I'm talking about people who beat their wives as agents of the state. I'm talking about people who violate women and children as agents of the state. I'm talking about patriarchy as a methodical, mathematically precise, scientifically method proven, strategic weapon of patriarchy to ensure that the children we give birth to out of our bodies, that we cover in love and protection, are then turned into weapons against women and children. What happens? Because if you're not talking about patriarchy in that way, that what gives rise to it, where did it start? What is the problem? How did it arise? And it didn't rise like your ass is talking about. It did not arise with a goddamn radical philosophical ideology, man. That's not where it started. It started from the womb. It started from birth. It started from the moment a child is born, how the system that already is goes to work from day one when that child is born. Non-radical black feminist is not the fucking problem. Sorry, it's not the problem. What you talking about over here? Western feminism is not the problem. Western feminism, non-radical black feminists, these shits is a reaction to. It is in response to. It's not the problem. It's not the cause. It is a response. And if you keep saying shit like that, you will forever come to the wrong conclusion about how to change the world. It's these deeper issues. That's the issue. I'm telling you, it was the reason I could no longer be a socialist. Because for socialists to be talking about dialectics scientific dialectics, historical and material dialectics, and be the most dogmatic people on earth? That shit fucked me up. You can't make it make sense. How you gonna be a historical historical dialectical materialist, and you are as dogmatic, you are as stuck in your ideology as the day is long? No fluidity, no flexibility, no malleability, no taking into account that the phenomenon that you are witnessing right now today in 2025 is not the same phenomenon that existed in 1965, even as it may look the same right now. All the contributing factors that gave rise to that phenomenon in that moment are different. So the phenomenon itself is different. Study dialectics before you start trying to preach to somebody about what the problem is. This is what dialectics looks like in real time. In real time, dialectics tell you that evolution is always happening. It's always unfolding. It's always at work. And so whatever phenomena you are looking at in this moment, even if it presents in the same way, is a totally different phenomena, because all the contributing factors that gave rise to it in this specific moment are different. And what I'm saying is that watching this video of this baby say, I'm two. I'm two. I'm three. The sweetness, the innocence, the no flaws, the no mistakes, just pure potential. Birth represents pure potential. That's all it represents. It represents pure potential. It represents boundless possibilities. It represents a completely empty canvas through which the parent can shape and construct a human being that will either be a monster in society or will be a contributor to a forward moving and evolving society. That's it. That's it. That's it. You feel me? And so, you know, I was very saddened by that video, because I could, and then I've taught children. I taught 5th through 12th grade for several years, and I could witness, man, when I'm telling you, I'm so tapped in. I could see the moment when a child went from demoralized to like getting it, because these kids believed that they were worthless. These kids believed that they were stupid. These kids believed that they didn't matter. And so everything was hard. Why is it so hard, Dr. Moyende? Why you make everything so hard? I said, baby, it's not hard. I said, as a matter of fact, I'm making it as easy as I possibly can. So if we need to do something different so that you can get it, that's fine. So if it wasn't sitting in the room watching me draw on the board, then fine. Let's take some blankets and go outside and sit under the tree. Maybe if you get some fresh air, you can see more clearly what it is I'm trying to teach you. But I'm not trying to trick you. Kids are demoralized, man. We did that. We did that. We all had to take responsibility. Everybody got some beef with Gen Zs and millennials and Gen Alpha. Whatever beef you got is a reflection of your own shortcomings, whether as a parent, as an individual, or whether as a collective society. Whatever beef as an adult you have with generations that come after you, they are a reflection of your failures, of your shortcomings. And instead of critiquing them and criticizing them and demoralizing them, what we should be doing is gassing them up, bigging them up, and telling them there ain't nothing you can't do. There ain't nothing you can't do. Whatever it is you need to do, tell us how we can support you. That's what we need to be doing. Kids feel demoralized because every generation feels like the generation before them has failed them, has abandoned them, has betrayed them, has deserted them, has condemned them. We don't see our young people as a reflection of how we dropped the fucking ball, of what we missed, whether we didn't know that we missed it, whether we weren't aware that we missed it. But the answer is not criminalizing the only hope, that the only human beings that represent some kind of radical hope for the future. It's not old heads that's gonna make this shit pop. That's why I was so invigorated by these hood ass kids at the goddamn Shango Bembe. These babies 24 and younger singing all the Yoruba songs to the Orisha. doing all the dances to the Orisha, pulling out the fucking double-edged axe, pulling out the arrows of Oshosi, pulling out the blades of the double-edged axe and blades of Ogun, singing the songs, calling up the ancestors, making the libations. That shit gave me so much life, y'all. That shit happened almost 10 years ago. That was in 2016. And I will never forget it. It gave me so much life. I said, this is the goddamn future of revolutionary work. And if it don't include this, y'all going about this shit the wrong way. Y'all going about this shit the motherfucking wrong way. If y'all ain't pulling a goddamn Haitian revolution out this bitch, where you fuse together military strategy and calling up the goddamn gods of your ancestors, calling up your ancestors so they can participate in their fucking revenge on the slave master, y'all missing the boat. Because that shit in that goddamn warehouse in the middle of nowhere, Atlanta, I said, baby, this is the motherfucking future right here. And anybody who ain't doing this shit, anybody who is not taking the time to teach young people, I dig dialectics. It was one of the things that like blew my mind. Historical and dialectical materialism. As far as I was concerned, everybody need to learn it. Everybody needs to learn. I'm telling you, I was convinced we need to start teaching that shit in kindergarten. Historical and dialectical materialism. Everybody need to learn that shit from kindergarten. It made everything so clear. It made everything so clear. Ooh, it made everything. I got excited whenever we started learning about dialectics. It demystified everything. But the problem is that the creators of dialectics, they didn't want everybody to know it. That was the problem. They didn't want everybody to know it. That line of connection. Why? What did I call this? What did I call this live today? To what end? To what end? Them socialists, them communists, they didn't want everybody to know the science. They wanted to teach people just enough to allow them to participate in meeting their goals. That's all. They didn't want a bunch of black, brown, red, color folks around the world deeply doing political educations and deep diving into the science of dialectics so that they could explain and understand every phenomenon that they witnessed in an instant and all the contributing factors that gave rise to it in that moment. They want everybody to know. We'll give you just enough dogma to get you invigorated to, quote, stage a revolution that's going to benefit us over here in the Soviet Union. And eventually, and at the end of the day, still keep y'all exactly where y'all at. That because they was not trying to liberate the colonies. I'm going to just give it to you blood raw. These motherfuckers was not trying to liberate the colonies. They was trying to create enough of a contest, enough chaos within the colonies to destabilize their opposition, where they could take hold of the means of production. They ain't have no intention of liberating the colonies. I promise you. I promise you. They were still white nationalists, bitch. They were still white nationalists. They were still patriarchs. They had no interest in liberating the colonies. And so, to what end? And so, I also just saw recently the this documentary trying to understand why Hitler was so interested in esoteric spirituality. They talked about this seance that Hitler sponsored in this castle where he got these 3 old witches to come and open this portal through this seance and all of this shit. I don't know if y'all know, but that's what the series of the movies Hellboy is about. It's about Nazi Germany creating like a rip in the space-time continuum, and Hellboy came out of this rip in the space-time continuum as opened by the SS Army. I don't know if y'all know that or not, but that's the whole premise of Hellboy, is that he came through because the SS Army, they were only interested in that shit because they were interested in power. It ain't a mystery. They were only interested in esoterics. They were only interested in witchcraft. They were only interested in Hinduism. They say that the head chief of the SS Army had begun the process of memorizing the Bhagavad Gita. God damn. You hear what I just said? Y'all didn't hear what I just said. That the head of the SS Army had begun the process of memorizing the Bhagavad Gita. Do you think they gave a fuck about some Indians, about some Hindus? Huh? Do you think that he was learning the Bhagavad Gita because he wanted to sharpen up on his Hindu mythology, so he could do some sacred chants to Vishnu or some shit? They were studying everybody else's shit because they were interested in power. Aleister Crowley went to Egypt not because he wanted to get a download from souls to become this great esoteric leader. He went because he was in the process. He was in the journey, in the acquisitions journey of acquiring power. And wherever power was personified, that's where they needed to be. Because what did I tell y'all about Aleister Crowley? That everybody conveniently forgets when they talk about how wonderful and on point his shit was. Because you have black people talking that shit too. I have books by Aleister Crowley. But you know what? I study these books by these white men because I'm doing the same thing they did when they were studying us. I'm in this shit for power. I'm reading. Hold on. Let me pull this bullshit ass book out. Right now, I am reading the early writings from Aleister Crowley. Understand? Why would I be reading this shit? Because I'm in it for the same reason they was in it, bitch. I'm trying to uncover what they hid from us. What they hid from us is our shit. So it's still a reclamation of what is ours. Isn't that what I'm always saying? Well, isn't that what I'm always saying whenever I write a conspiracy for us? The reclamation of what is ours? Huh? The reclamation of what is ours? There ain't nobody I'm not interested in reparations. I'm interested in the reclamation of what is ours. The presumption of reparations is that some white boy is going to pass some law or pass some legislation or be empathetic enough to see the justice in a demand for It'll have you forever trying to be articulate enough to try to explain the very rational desire of black-skinned people for reparations. No. I am interested in the acquisition of power. The acquisition of power requires the reclamation of what is ours. What does reclamation mean? We coming to get our shit. It doesn't mean anybody. You don't have anything in your possession that rightfully belongs to you. Name one thing that white-skinned people in the United States of America have in their hand that rightfully belongs to them. One thing. Just one. Just name one thing. Well, I worked hard. No, the fuck you didn't. No, you didn't. The house that I live in, I worked hard. No, you didn't. I'm sitting here watching this damn video today about this picture that I've been looking for. It's so crazy because this guy was talking. I've been looking for this picture for 2 weeks. This guy was talking about the picture that I had been looking for, and I couldn't remember the name of it, and I couldn't describe it in a way that would bring it up. The picture is called I have to go back and watch the video. The picture is called, I can't even remember. But in the picture is this white woman like an angel. She is this white woman. She's holding a book in her hand that looked like the Bible. She's got on this long dress and she's floating in the air. Okay? And she's floating. She big. She's floating in the air. And behind her are all these fucking pioneers. Weren't we just talking about this 2 days ago? Behind her are all these pioneers. There's wagons. There's men. There's people with railroads. All these people following behind this white angel, leading the pioneers out west. And in front of her, which is very dark and gray, right? And she bright and white, right? Like an angel. And behind her is bright and white, bright and white. You feel me? And in front of her is dark and gray, like a shadow cast over the land. And in front of her, there are Indians running, women with babies in their hand, looking terrified from this giant ass white ghost floating in the sky coming out west, right? And so the Indians, they running, and the buffalo are running. Everybody's scared, right? Because they running from this encroaching whiteness of this white female angel leading all these pioneers out west. I was looking for that picture the other day. I'm going to tell you why I was looking for that picture. This is what dialectics looks like in real time, y'all. The reason I was looking for this picture, the first time I saw this picture was in my stepdaughter's classroom when she was in the 8th grade, and the white history teacher had a giant poster of this picture, and the title that he put on the picture was "The Greatest Mother on Earth." This white woman angel leading the pioneers into the eventual massacre of the Indians in the Wild West. And atop, he put, "No, I'm not kidding," because the reason I knew it was in the classroom was because my daughter was like, "I'm not saying the Pledge of Allegiance," and they were trying to suspend her from school. And so I had to go to the school, and I go in this motherfucker classroom, and this giant ass poster of this white angel leading the Manifest Destiny dudes across the goddamn terrain. You understand? And I said, "What the fuck do you have this in the classroom for?" Like, me and him had a tit for tat, because I'm like, the majority of the kids in this classroom are brown. They were Spanish speaking kids. It was the school was literally like 89% black and brown. And here you got this big ass poster in the front of the classroom of this white woman leading the pioneers to the eventual massacre of the Western American Indians under some Manifest Destiny bullshit. And you got a room full of colored kids. You understand? So anyway, I was looking for the picture because I had not seen that picture since I went to Delana School. And that was in 2010, 2011 or some shit. But everybody, y'all be giving too much space to these white people. All these black skinned women, all day, every day, have been going ham on Taylor Swift and her new album. And how her new album and several of the songs on her new album is about the fact that she hates these black women that all of her ex-boyfriends have dated or eventually married. And so she got the great white boy who chose her over the black bitch. All week. I think her album was released on the 3rd. Since the 3rd, I ain't seen nothing but black women going off, going ham about, oh, she a racist and she just hate that she plain Jane and this and that and this and that and all of this shit. I'm like, first of all, why are these black women spending so much time talking about this girl? This girl has been the same artist she has been for the last, 25 years or some shit? She's the same artist. Like, her lyrics ain't changed, her stilo ain't changed, her swag ain't changed. This girl, why y'all worried about what this girl think? Why y'all worried about this girl thing? But then the white girls got up on it and they were like, I don't know why all these people are saying that her songs are racist or her songs are about black women, blah, 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 blah. If she really hated black women, then why does she always have why does she hire all these black and other people to dance with her and to be in the videos with her and to go on tour with her? If she really hated black women, why would she have all these black women at her shows and in her shows and this and this and this and this? And so I was like, all this talk about these white women, this is what's interesting. Let me go check out one of this girl basic ass videos. The video that I see is the title album track. It's called The Life of a Showgirl. And baby, because you do not study history, I will always say, because you do not study history, they know they can play in your face. Ooh, they know they can play in your face. I think it's either the Life of a Showgirl or one other video. But in this video that one of these white girls points out, like, look at this video. Look at all these black and Asian people that she has dancing with her. Every race is represented, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, something looked wrong with this scene. Something looked wrong with this scene. Because everybody is dressed in maybe 1950s-esque style attire, you know, like the bobby socks and the poodle skirts and, you know, that kind of like innocent 1950s type of, you know, you go to the sock hop type of shit, right? But she not dressed that way. She not dressed that way. She ain't dressed that way. I don't remember what video it is. I'm gonna have to try to find it. But the way she is dressed, and there is nothing but colored people dancing with her. Maybe 20 men, women of all races, except white. No white backup dancers in this particular scene. And the scene was shocking to me. The reason the scene was shocking was because the first thing I saw when I saw this scene, I didn't even see the whole video. I just saw the piece of video that the girl was talking about in her video saying, see, she loves everybody. That's why she has all these colored people dancing in her videos. So like a split second scene of this clip of the video, and baby, this bitch is dressed just like that angel in that picture leading the pioneers to subdue the wild colored folks. She is dressed like a white angel in a pure white dress with long white hanging sleeves, dancing in front of all the wildly colored people. That scene in that video reminded instantly. I had not seen that picture since I was in Delena's classroom in the 8th grade in the year 2010 or 2011. That was the last time I saw that picture. And as soon as I saw that little 3-second clip of Taylor Swift's video, that was the first image that came into my mind, was this great blonde white hope dancing in front of all of these fucking colored people. There wasn't a single white person behind her. I said, these motherfuckers be playing in y'all face, but they know images matter. They know images matter. The reason I know images matter is because if it wasn't an intended image, why would that be the first thing that I saw in my mind's eye? I haven't seen that picture again since Delana was fucking 12 in the 10th grade or the 8th grade or whatever the grade, 12 years old in the 8th grade. And in 3 seconds, the very first image I get is of the white woman leading the white world to the great new by and by promised to them via manifest destiny. Their whiteness and their greatness, and there is nothing that they would not do to manifest it. That shit threw me. And then today I've been looking for the picture, but I couldn't think of the name of it. And today, after about 4-5 days of looking for that picture, this brother on my Facebook channel does this whole video about that picture. The whole video was about that picture. I said, come on in the room then, goddess, because she really wanted me to know about this picture. To what end? The name of this video. To what end? To what end does intelligence, genius, to what end do these white people possess genius, intelligence, secret sciences, sacred, esoteric arts and understanding? To what end do they possess it? To what end do they come up with these ideas? To what end do they invent psychology and psychiatry? To what end do they create Western medicine? To what end do they create a government of the people, by the people, for the people, but don't ever look like that? To what end do they come up with these nice philosophies about government and Senate and democracy? To what end? The chairman of the organization I was in used to say that all democracy is a hidden dictatorship. Is that not what we're living in right now? Huh? To what end, Manly P. Hall, and the possession of all of these works that he was afforded the opportunity to collect, and then give his interpretation of, to collect. That's all he did was travel. Where he traveled to? Did he travel to Europe? Do these white people be traveling to Europe to get these great esoteric ideas? Do they do that? Did he do that? Did Blavatsky do that? Here she was, born and raised in Russia. Why she ain't stay in Russia to get these deep philosophical, esoteric arts and understanding? Did she do that? Did Crowley do that? Agent that he was? Why y'all act surprised? He was an agent for the British government. He wasn't just an esotericist. Everybody conveniently leaves that out. that before he became the member of two secret societies, his ass was an actual paid British operative. Aleister Crowley, the beast. Huh? To what end? Manly P. Hall. Why do they not? They champion themselves, Europeans, as the great idealists and philosophers of the world. Why Aleister Crowley didn't go to Greece and study esoterics in Greece? Why he didn't go to Rome and study esoterics in Rome? Why he didn't go to Italy? Why he didn't go to them places? Why, in the acquisition of power, of folk esoteric power, the first place that he thought to go was to Egypt? Why Blavatsky, raised in Russia with its own set of historical contributions in the esoteric arts, why she just didn't study where the fuck she was? Why did she decide that she too must go to Egypt? Why? Why is it that everybody white that wants to have a spiritual and esoteric experience got to go to some place where colored folks be at? Is it just them? Is it just the Manly P. Halls and the Blavatskys and the Crowleys and the like? Is it just them? Nope. It's a new generation of them. It's a new iteration of them. In the 1960s, it was the Learys. And what's the other cracker name who went and made Maria Sabina poor because he went to study under her? Not only him, the goddamn the Beatles went to Mexico to learn the sacred way to do medicinal mushrooms with Maria Sabina, and she died ostracized and poor because they were taking these medicines under sacred oath. The oath was you can't go out into the world talking about these medicines. And of course, white people went right out into the world. It's like, no, y'all need to go to Mexico. There's this little old lady, her name is Maria Sabina, and she know how to do mushrooms in this way that take you to the highest of the highs and this and that and this and that. And she said, why y'all went out there talking? That was the first rule. Don't talk, bitch. I'll let you take the medicine. I'll show you. I'll walk you through the medicine. But don't talk. They went right out and talked. Now, all of a sudden, she said, all these white people started coming to Mexico, and my village hated me. Her village people ran her the fuck up out of here. Why are you bringing all these white people here? Why are you bringing all these white people here? This is going to end badly. That's what they told her. She was like, no, they cool. They going to keep their mouth shut. Next thing the scientists do is go and write an article. Write an article in one of the biggest magazines in the world at the time, talking about her name, where she lived. She died poor and ostracized by her own community. Because whether it is the Aleister Crowleys at the turn of the century, or whether it's the white boys who want to find all the different ways to do drugs because they using it in MK Ultra under the guise of we just hippies and we just want to know about the medicine and shit, and then walk that shit right back to a laboratory where they experimenting on people and shit. If it wasn't the 1960s, it's today with peyote, or not peyote, but ayahuasca or Cambo or whatever the new drug of the day is. Y'all ain't new. Y'all do the same shit over and over and over again. You want to have a spiritual experience, but you don't take your ass home. You don't take your ass. When's the last time you heard of a white person going to Europe to have a spiritual experience? When's the last time you heard of a white person saying, I want to go do some sacred ceremony and I'm going to go to Greece. I want to go do sacred ceremony and I'm going to go to London. I want to do a sacred ceremony and I'm going to go to Norway. When's the last time you heard somebody say that? White-skinned. From the United States. When's the last time you heard somebody say that? I'm going to go do sacred ceremony with a guru in the mountains of India. I'm going to go do sacred ceremony in the most impoverished place in Peru. Y'all ain't new. Y'all done been doing that shit since the motherfucking 1800s. Every time you want to have a spiritual experience, the spiritual experience is somehow validated the darker the place is, the more colored the place is. Y'all ain't new. Y'all ain't invented no new shit. And my question remains, to what fucking end? To what end? To what end? did Aleister Crowley's downloads and breakthroughs from the God thought in the pyramids of Egypt, how did it contribute to the forward motion of human beings in a way that propelled us evolutionarily? To what end, Madame Blavatsky? To what end, Manly P. Hall? To what? And then the way he died. Nobody even talks about the way Manly P. Hall died. And y'all think y'all think y'all believe in karma. I love my rattler. It's like a magic wand, bitch. Y'all think y'all believe in karma. Y'all think you do. And all these esotericists be talking to you about karma. Y'all think y'all believe in karma. Investigate how Manly P. Hall died. Investigate how Manly P. Hall died and tell me if you really believe in karma. For a man who is hailed as this great thought leader who traveled the world endlessly. He was old when he died. I think he was in his late 80s, early 90s when he died. But how he died. He did not die of natural causes. No, he sure didn't. Y'all think y'all believe in karma. And you say that for a person who did all this radical, wonderful work in the esoteric arts and knowledge and thought circles and all of this shit, that he would have amassed some good karma. Wouldn't you think that? He was so wonderful. He wrote all these books. He did all this stuff. He taught all these lectures. He did all these things. He must have amassed himself some good karma. His death is not indicative of that. Sure the fuck ain't. I was up in here like, he died how? I'm not giving it away. Y'all gonna look that up. I'm not giving it away. I was up in here like, ooh, shit. I ain't never known no black person die like that. Nope. And I know some of us black people be amassing some fucked up karma. That's not to say that we don't sometimes fuck up hard enough that we amass some fucked up karma. Oh, fuck. Don't make me laugh. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Oh, shit. Royal say my wand is like finger snaps. Oh, shit. Oh my God. Oh shit. Baby. When I saw that reporter, the reporter who I guess wrote his like an expose on his life or whatever, and he talked about how he died. Boy, get down. I do not want to play. Thank you. I do not. Go find your sister. You got friends. Go find your brother. Go find your sister. Don't be making no ugly faces at me. Go and find your people them and go play with them. I'm not in the mood to play. Bye. Bye. Don't be trying to look cute. Bye. Go on about your life. Go on. Go. 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 I'm not playing. Go. 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 Thank you. Go. 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 Because you're doing too much. Go on. Go. 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 Go on about your life. Man. Dang. Anyway. Baby. I do not care. For those of you who came on late, my Medusa shirt, my Medusa crown is matching my Medusa shirt. You feel me? It was a thing. You feel me? And then I pimped my shirt. You feel me? I cut it up, tied it off, whatever. But baby, the way that man's been his dying days, I was like, Goddess, do not ever let me fuck up bad enough to die like that. Do not ever let me get caught up so much that I amass that kind of karma. That shit was crucial. It was crucial. Shantae said she running right now to find out. I'm telling you, I was like, oh my God. That's how he went out? Where his people them was? Where his people them was? How that happen? How that happen? Child. So anyway, now I gotta get my head prepared, child. I gotta get my head prepared. I know. It's only I'm only fasting for one day, but the detox is one full day. Then you have to recover the whole next day. The recovery is just as important as the fast itself and the stuff that you take to get rid of the stones. So now I got to it's really throwing a wrench in my plan for the weekend. I had so much planned this weekend to get done because my first Sacred Sound conspiracy is next Saturday. And so I was like, all right, this weekend is the weekend that I'll do the cute shit. Do my hair, tighten my hair. That way the rest of the week, you feel me? Put some bling in my hair. Where the rest of the week I can spend finishing up the other instruments that I'm going to make for the event. For those that are new, I've been making a bunch of instruments for my Sacred Sound conspiracy, which is my first live performance this coming Saturday. So I've been making all these instruments. Everything else is kind of put away. This is another one. It's not necessarily an instrument. It's just like an addition. I dried some leaves and bound them together. So this will be suspended in the background, making that kind of noise. And that'll just be going. Like I'm going to have this whole setup where I have a fan that'll be blowing the leaves and blowing the bells. And then, I have a box that I'm about to turn into a cajon, probably Monday or Tuesday. And then these are some pods that I dried. I got off of a tree here and I dried them out. If you can believe it, these pods that are now kind of like a burgundy color, these pods were brilliant, bright green. And then I put them out in the sun on a baking sheet to dry them out. And they coiled. They were big. Each one of them were like this big, flat and long. And as they dried, they bent and coiled and turned burgundy. So I dried these. Y'all are funny. And then, so I've been making my little instruments. I still have, I didn't get started last night. Boy, stop. You're being too needy. Now go on about your life. You're doing too much. I wanted to start last night, but I was just really tired. Damn, did I put them away? Here they are. This is the next one that I'm making. Maybe I can be comfortable enough to sit on the couch and do these. So this is the next one I'm making. So this is actually an earring, right? I just love this earring. It's got this little spine in it and these little chains. So what I started doing was tying different color threads. I don't know where the other threads are. I moved them somewhere. Anyway, it's going to be chakra colors. The threads are going to be chakra colors. So I already have the threads separated out. And so I started with the red, obviously, and then it's going to go all the way up to the blue. And it's just going to go all the way around the rim. So you can still see the chains. And then at the bottom, I'm probably going to shorten it a little, but at the bottom, I'm going to, each string, I am going to attach thimbles. I'm going to attach thimbles on all of the strings, right? So you see here, I have a whole giant thing of thimbles. You can already tell it's going to make a beautiful noise, like little baby bells. And so I'm going to attach thimbles to all of them. And I talked to y'all a couple of weeks ago about the spiritual meaning and significance of thimbles. And so I said, like last night, was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday that I did the live. I was talking about the significance of mala in Buddhist and Hindu tradition. Then I was thinking about that when I started thinking about the idea of making a thimble noisemaker. So I'm going to take 108 of these thimbles based on the whole idea of mala. So I'll take 108 thimbles and attach them to this earring. And on the hook of the earring, what I think I'm going to do is just like with this necklace piece that I did. This was made out of necklaces. Is like on the top of the earring, create like a little, some type of hoop similar to this that can function as like, you know, what I grab it with to do also the thimbles. So this will be the centerpiece. And then I'll have probably like several wires attached to it that I can grasp like so to do my little thingy thing. So this one's the one I'm most excited about, but I also know it's going to be the most complicated. And then the last one that I'm going to make, I'm going to show you, because it's going to be a lot more time consuming just because it's way raw materials. So I'm going to have to do a lot of cleaning and gutting and like sanding and shit. But let me show you because I'm hella hype about it. So these are on this tree at the park down the street from my house. And I love these pods, but I can only pick them at a certain time because the crows, when they first fall off the trees, the crows will eat the insides of these pods. And so I have to wait to go and collect the pods until after the crows have eaten all the meat out of the pods. But they're so dope, y'all. Each pod comes on I don't even know what this is. I guess I should maybe email one of my mentors and see what kind of tree it is. But each of the pod comes on a branch with only 5 pods. Each branch is 5 pods, just like this, just like a star. So each one of them is shaped just like this, these 5 pods, and they split open. So when I collected these, they were already dead. That stuff on the inside, that's the stuff I have to clean out of it. When the crows eat it, it's bright yellow. So when it looks like that, it's already dead. The crows won't eat it. So I have to scoop the stuff out of it. But they are split perfectly open like that. And they come on these, every one of them come on these little branches with only 5 pods on each branch. And the whole tree is covered with them. I was like, ooh, and at first, when I first got them, I was like, ooh, these would be badass earrings. Like maybe clean the guts out and put some stones in them, like crystals in them. You know what I'm saying? But then I started on this project. I was like, oh shit, noisemaker. Oh shit, noisemaker. So I got a bunch of those little bitty ones. And so you see, even though it looked like more than 5, it's 2 branches with 5 on them. I was like, this is an Ochun tree. This is an Ochun tree. I just wish I knew what it was. I got to find out what it is, what kind of tree it is, what these pods are. But yeah, I got a whole giant bag of them. So that's going to be a lot of work. The gutting, the cleaning. You know what I'm saying? And then trying to figure out a way to string them, like break them all off and then string them together where they let me see if I can make a noise so you get an idea. Nah, you won't get an idea until they're empty. Oh, can you hear that? Kinda. But you can get an idea. So anyway. Yeah, so that's the big project. The two big projects are the ones I'm obviously saving for last, which is the thimbles and the little pods. Yeah. So that. Oh, and then I have another thing. I'll show it to you next time, but I'll show it to you now. So these are leaves that I dried some time ago. I love these leaves. They're really big. Some of them are small, but the majority of them are really big. I brought some of the small ones over. So I dried these leaves. They're usually about this big before you dry them. So I dried a bunch of these leaves because, and especially in indigenous sound ceremony here, they don't just use sound bowls. They use a lot of indigenous plants, like the leaves or like the palm trees. They will dry those out and use those to make the additional sounds, right, during sound ceremony. And so going off that, I was just picking up things that like resonated with me. I love these leaves. I don't know what kind of leaves they are, but these trees are everywhere. As a matter of fact, these leaves come from the same tree that these big green pods come from. They're burgundy now, like I said, but they're huge and green. These leaves come from the same tree that these pods come from. And so I took a bunch of the leaves and dried them out. And then because they dried out, they kind of, they don't turn brown because I like dehydrate them like the right way where they're still green, but they're kind of brownish green when they dry out. So what I did was I spray painted them gold. Ew. I spray painted them gold, but not solid gold, like so you can still see, y'all can't tell, but you can still see some of the green in it, but just like, right? And then covered them. Maybe I can get close enough that you can see the hints of green in there. But anyway, covered them with a top coat of like adhesive, like a shiny adhesive. So I have, I don't know, maybe 30 of these leaves that I did that to. And so I'm going to string them together, but I had to prep them because I don't want the leaves to break in the stringing process. So last night, I don't know if you can tell, last night I spent a pretty long time taking a hot glue gun and putting just a panel of hot glue right at the opening of the leaf on back and front. So when I get ready to drill the holes in the leaves, they won't break. They'll be protected by the hot glue. So that's what I did to all the leaves last night, was to prep them to get ready to have holes. I'm going to use just my basic earring drill because it's very light. It won't do a lot of damage. So I use my earring drill to drill holes in there so it doesn't damage the leaf or break the leaf. Then I'll string them together. And so it'll be like when you hear them together, it'll be like, because I told you I'll have the fan blowing. It's to mimic like you're in the woods and like the natural leaves are just blowing. So that'll be ongoing. Yes. So anyway, I painted them all gold. That was fun. Yep. So those are the ones that I'm doing. Each one, and then my one that I've been holding like a magic wand the whole time, I'm gonna paint that metallic gold tonight. And I think I decided I might do something gangster. I thought about just leaving the pod the way that it was, maybe putting a top coat on it. But now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I need to paint some Adinkra symbols or some runes or some shit on this thing. before putting the top coat on it. I might have to inscribe some witchy shit up on here. I think that I might have to do that. I just thought about that. I'm like, yeah, I might have to inscribe some witchy shit up on here. So we shall see how it turns out. But anyway, now I'm gonna go because now I got to get my head right to prepare to fast tomorrow and take yucky stuff by the mouth so I can get these gallstones out my goddamn liver, child. But this is how you know your healer be really about that life. Cause I be sharing my little flaw, and I knew exactly what it was as soon as I awoke, child. I was like, God damn, I should have did that damn cleanse. I should have did that damn cleanse in March like I know I'm supposed to do. And here we are, just 6 months later. She's like, see, you know better, bitch. You know better. Well, now you got to do it now. You don't want to. Sorry, buddy. You feel me? So I'll save my little gallstones and put them on display for y'all Monday or Tuesday. Let y'all see what I purged from my liver during my liver detox. My liver gallbladder cleanse, because my freaking gallbladder is angry with me today. Yes, it is. And this has not happened. This huffing and puffing and heaving and shit I've been doing during this live, this shit hasn't happened since 2005. But since 2005, I have been extremely disciplined about doing that liver gallbladder cleanse once a year. This is the first year I have not done it. Ain't that some shit? I'm mad. Anyway, to what end? To what end? Information, intelligence, gathered knowledge is not enough if you are a wicked motherfucker. That, I guess that's to the end. To what end do these people acquire this information? To what end do they go to these schools? To what end do they join secret societies? To what end do they become philosophical esotericists? To what end? To what end? Huh? To what end? To know the person is to know what end. To know their history is to know what end. To know who they hail from is to know what end. How is this information they have acquired going to, how is it going to manifest? Is it going to manifest in something more destructive than its predecessor? Is it going to manifest in something that is going to heal the whole or harm the whole? And that's why I drew out the fact that the thread of connection between all of these dudes and women have been their shared ideology of white nationalism, their hatred for all others, even as they trot to and fro to the colored world to acquire the information garnered and gleaned from colored folk while they hate colored folk. Ain't that about a bitch? That's why they don't go to Greece. That's why they don't go to Rome. That's why they don't globetrot to Italy to do sacred ceremony, is because these colored folks still got stuff for us to steal. They still got ideas. They still got medicine. They still got spiritual practices. They still got stuff for us to steal. And they stuff more interesting than our stuff. So we still gonna go stealing from them. We're gonna go to Egypt and dress in some traditional attire and hope that we too have a dynamic sacred download from Isis so that I can call myself the 15th generational descendant of remember that woman I was talking to y'all about when we was talking, when we were let me see if I can find that bitch name real quick. When we were getting ready to do the conspiracy to right all wrongs, and I was telling y'all about the white woman who said she was the embodiment of who she said she was. Anybody remember who this crazy motherfucker said she was? And she said that she was they said that she was the one that invented the term cometicism. The white woman who was a quote Egyptologist, and said she got possessed by the spirit of one of the pharaohs. That she is the incarnation of one of the pharaohs, one of the male pharaohs. This white woman who came up with, who coined the term cometicism. Child, Their level of delusion is insurpassable. 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 There's it. Let me see if I can find it quick. Because that shit. Child, I wanted to laugh, but I couldn't because I was crying. Like, these people really be off the chain with it. They be really off the chain with it. Hold on. Where's that? Crazy ass lunatic. I was so mad. So I was looking at this. I was at the center last night, and I was looking through the used books and the discounted books. There's this guy. I can't remember his name right off the top of my head, but apparently in the 1960s and 70s, he was like a hardcore, like underground radical activist. But he also, quote, published. Let me see if I can find one really quick. Published like artistic, esoteric fanzines. I am a zine hoarder. I love zines. I love it. Like, if I'm a whore for books, I am the whore of Babylon for zines. If I'm a whore for books, I'm the whore of Babylon for zines. I love zines. I love zines. I love zines. Let me see if I can find one. Okay, so cool. So like, take something like this. He would do these underground kind of rebel zines, and apparently he was a big deal. He's still alive. He lives in Brooklyn. But what was his name? Michael something. Michael Burns? I don't know. But anyway, because his zines started out as like propaganda, like underground socialist propaganda, like anti-fascist propaganda or whatever. And he would assemble them kind of like this, you know what I'm saying? Just like, because it wasn't internet. It was like you literally piecing this shit together by hand, printing it out. And he was doing this in Europe. He was in Europe at the time. He's born in the United States, but he was doing these campaigns. You know what I'm saying? This one isn't as messy as I like zines. Yeah, this one's a lot more like organized. But his were like old school, messy zines. You know what I'm saying? Like clip outs of magazines pieced together, almost like serial killer shit. You know what I'm saying? Like back in the days when serial killers would be leaving messages and cryptic, little things. And they would cut out clips and it'd be all jaggly and all over the place. See, this is real organized. This is real pretty. This ain't messy. His zines were like really messy, but really deep, dope, esoteric, and political shit. This is cute though. This cute. But it's not as messy as I like my typical zines. So anyway, they had and like, this is a zine that the party did called the African Manifesto. Zines like this. I'm gonna put it in the like short for like mini magazines. Zines. Z-I-N-E-S. Zines. They're like mini mags. Right? So anyway, this is one that was put out by the party long time ago in the year 2000. This was put out by the party in the year 2000. And so this is like very functional, these, I wouldn't even call this a zine. I mean, it's zine-esque, if you will, but this is like straight party material. So nothing messy, nothing like propaganda-esque, you feel me? But the party put out gang of these, like so, because they recognize people got short attention spans. People ain't trying to read a bunch of books, but you can give them the lowdown in zine format and they can have what they need. You feel me? So that was old school, how the party used to like put out the bulk of its material. And they had like quarter page zines. So on, so on. Let me see. I was trying to see, because I got, when I say, y'all, I got thousands of zines. I'm not joking. Like, I do not, like, zines don't get thrown away. I got thousands of zines from many years, from like since I was 20. I got thousands of zines. And so anyway, I'm looking at this guy's zines last night because this guy was an esotericist, but he was also an anti-fascist and like a socialist in the 1960s and 70s or whatever. And I'm looking at this dude's zines, and it literally looks, his zines, I haven't bought any yet, but like, let me give you a good example. And I'm not talking about kind of, sort of. I'm talking about, I was looking at this dude's zines last night, and I was like, oh my God. Like, who needs to write a book when all I have to do is publish my notes? So like, this is the top of one book. This is the front of one book. And I put a star in the corner so I could know that this is the top. This is the top of the page, because when you turn it over, I flip it upside down, and this is the top of the other page, right? So I have it like split down the middle, and one is upside down. I don't know why I did that. I just did. You feel me? So one side, right? This is the top. And so what I have written on the fuck. So what I have written, yeah, on the inside of the cover, on the inside, I was like, I could just be publishing my notes as a zine and shit, and filling in the side spaces with like zine-esque shit. You feel me? I could be posting my notes, my crazy, insane notes as zines, bitch. Because my shit was way more filled out than his shit was. And even though he had cool, dope ass, like esoteric shit in it, his shit wasn't hard as mine. I'm just saying. Right? Right? Pictures, diagrams. Hold on, let me remark that. Diagrams. And then there's a certain juncture where it flips upside down. But see? Notes upon notes upon notes. Y'all can just read my notes. Get hip to the game. You feel me? I was like, shit, I should just publish my notes as zines and shit. You feel me? And each one of his zines was like $20. And she said they fly off the shelf. I could do this with my grimoire. You know, all the stuff that I have in my big giant ass grimoire, or even my baby grimoire, my little grimoire, my first grimoire. I do shit color coded sometimes, so I can, y'all can't really tell, but there's different colors, purple and green. This is when I went into that deep dive about Newton's laws of motion and the laws of thermodynamics and what does that mean spiritually and shit. You feel me? Let's see, where is it? Okay, so this is where it flips upside down, right? So this is where it's right side up, and then you see here it flips upside down. And so now you got to turn it upside down to see the rest of the book. I don't know why I did that lunatic shit, but I did. There you go, right? I had all my bookmarks falling out of it. But I got in my purse right now, I got about 7 of those already filled up in my pocketbook that I carry around. Right? This is another one. This one's almost filled to the brim. This one. This started out as a show hook book and a hook book. Show hook book, I started out with show topics for the show topics for the YouTube channel, and then hook book for lyrics, hooks, things for songs, whatever. Oh, and also the bad birds is in this one. The study that I did on the bad birds, that's in this one too, as a potential show topic, right? Yo, girl, be it. Y'all don't even know. So these are the notes from the bad birds, right? So crows, a group of crows is a murder, also known as a congress, a horde, a mob, or a storytelling. When I say I got up on this bad bird shit, a group of crows can be called, they're most known as a murder, a congress, a horde, a mob, or a storytelling. Right? Doves, jays, like blue jays, they're known as a band, a party, or a scold. Magpies are known, a group of magpies is known as a mischief or a convention. Isn't that awesome? Ravens are known as a conspiracy. Parakeets are known as a chatter. Eagles are known as a congregation, or a convocation, or a congress. Cranes are known as a dance. A group of cranes is known as a dance or a siege. Flamingos, a group of flamingos are known as a flamboyance. A group of swans are known as a herd or cattle. Swans are also referred to as a ballet or a lamentation. Parrots are known as a pandemonium. I love this shit, y'all. A group of parrots is known as a pandemonium. A group of owls is known as a parliament, a wisdom, a study, or a stare. And then there was another reference to ravens that called another group of ravens an unkindness, a treachery, a constable, or conspiracy. Yeah. Anyway, I eventually got to get to this bad bird series I want to do. Oh, and then I wrote something about birds in the Bible. Hold on. Oh, there were scriptures associated with birds in the Bible that I thought was awesome. Child, listen. Oh, fuck. I've been talking to y'all about this since March 9th, about doing this series on bad birds. Let me just go ahead and say that. So it says, of revolution. Revolution is described, okay, as a quote, a cataclysm from which the vultures feed. According to the Bible, vultures are a symbol of God's judgment of shame. What? And then I put, what the fuck? A gathering of vultures also indicates a diseased spiritual condition, according to Revelation 18:2. Babylon the Great is described as a being, a dwelling place for demons, a prison for every foul spirit. So they put foul foul as in foul, and foul as in bird, every foul spirit, and a cage for every unclean and hated bird. That's in the book. That's in your Bible. What are those birds? History of birds as messenger carriers. Noah, Da Vinci, demons, Hood with pigeons, crazy. Bartender Ryan, this is as I'm writing these notes down. I was at a bar. Bartender Ryan tells me that his father-in-law raises pigeons and trains them as security alarms. He mentions Game of Thrones where ravens are used. Ravens, crows, vultures, Mal with the sparrows, seagulls with the cat with the whew, with the Vatican, and the canary in the coal mine. Jesus warns us to keep us on the path of life so that we do not fall to the birds of prey that stalk the spiritually dying. You hear me? Judgment is coming on the world, but it is on the house of God right now. A gathering of eagles, a wake of vultures. Do you know that a group of vultures is called a wake? A group of vultures is called a wake. A wake of vultures is a symbol of God's judgment on those who stubbornly resist coming into alignment with him. Vultures will literally gather for those who rebel against God in the final battle, according to Revelation 17 through 21. And they are metaphorically already circling those who cannot tear themselves away from Babylon, those who are on such good terms with the world that they are giving off the scent of spiritual death. This shit is madness. Quote, for whatever the carcass is, there the eagles will be gathered together. Matthew 24, verse 26 through 28. And then I said, oh my God, I don't know why. It says, quote, family of birds known. Oh my God, I forgot about this. Quote, a family of birds known as old world birds. Listen to this. Old world birds. Eagles, buzzards, kite, vultures, and hawks. When vultures gather together to eat a carcass, it is known as a wake. They are called old world birds. Old world birds. Why are the most sacred birds called old world birds? Vultures, eagles, buzzards, kites, and hawks are known as by the European world, by the world that categorized the names of birds, groups of birds. They're known as old world birds. Matthew 24, verse 3, his coming at the end of the age references lightning and vultures. Lightning and vultures. Caught up in the cares of the world, so we might not spiritually prepared for his return. A wake of vultures is an indicator of the God's judgment for rebellion. Listen, a wake of vultures is an indicator of God's judgment for rebellion. In the blessings and curses given to Israel, God warns them, your carcasses shall be food for all the birds of the air and all the beasts of the earth, and no one shall frighten them away. Listen! This is in the Bible, y'all. Talking to Israel, y'all. This is in the Old Testament, y'all. Talking to Israel, y'all. Listen. In the blessings and cursings and curses given to Israel. God warns them. Your carcass. No, I'm reading from my little zine, y'all, from my book. These are notes that I have taken over some time. Your carcasses shall be food. Israel, your carcasses shall be food for all the birds of the air and all the beasts of the earth, and no one will frighten them away, according to Deuteronomy 28, verse 26. It is a judgment of great shame, one that has been fulfilled in type and in destruction of the temple and Jerusalem, according to Psalm 79, verse 1 through 3. Child. Ew. Ew. Vultures can indicate the coming death and judgment of those who follow the Antichrist. Well, in other cultures, vultures and buzzards, they are protectors and deities. In the Torah, examples of the attributes of the vulture and buzzard are that they are loving and caring parents. In Hindu tradition, they are considered the carrier of the god Sani or Saturn. Wow. In Egypt, this is Nekbet, the goddess of protection of the pharaoh, the vulture or the buzzard. Sees opportunity and difficult decisions to help let go of dogma. Vultures have, let's see, bald-headed birds. So vultures, bald eagles, these are all considered bald-headed birds. Vultures have thermal vision or auric vision. Did you know that? Vultures have thermal or auric vision. Black vultures are considered New World birds or New World vultures versus Old World vultures. Decorates their nests with bright plastic caps, glass pieces, metal stems or items. Yes, Zoroastrians gave the bodies of the deceased to the vulture as a type of burial. This was considered a very honorable ritual. Very interesting. Yeah, this research on the birds, it goes on and on and on. When I say I went into a wormhole on the birds, yeah, it still goes on and on and on. I still have about 4 or 5 pages on the birds. Oh yeah. It's easily 4 or 5 pages, probably more than that. Gorgeous. Another name or other names for more than one vulture or a group of vultures is a committee, a venue, a vault, a wake, or a kettle. I love it. The name of sparrows, a group of sparrows, a ubiquity. A group of sandpipers, a contradiction. Skylarks, an exaltation. Starlings, a moratorium. This is awesome. I really want to get into this bird shit. Hummingbirds, a group of hummingbirds, is called a charm. A group of kingfishers, a crown or a realm. This is awesome. A group of robins is called a riot, a rogue, a riot or a rogue. I love this. Ooh. A group, I don't even know what kind of birds these are. Guillemots is called a bazaar. A group of finches, I used to have finches. We used to have 30 finches in the house. A group of finches is called a drum, a troubling, or a charm. This is great. Ooh. I don't know what kind of bird this is either. A Goddard, an omnipotence, a prayer, or a pantheon. I got to find out what kind of bird that is. A Goddiots, Goddards, something like that. Goddards. They are called an omnipotence. I mean, yeah, omnipotence, a prayer, or a pantheon. Awesome. Anyway, I got on this because I was just showing y'all how I should publish my zines. Zines, whatever. Right? Let me show y'all something else fascinating. Ooh, like this was the deep study I was getting into, and it was taking my brain too deep, and I had to stop. I had to pump the brakes. But this is how it started. So, like, this is, I know people would love to see in a zine. This is how it started. See that? It is the duality research on the red and blue. This is how it started. Are y'all still here? Because I can go on about my life. Y'all ain't still here. So red and blue continued on that side. And then I went into, okay, red and blue still. And then I had titles for other symbolism I was going to get into. So like purple, violet on one side, white symbolism and black symbolism also as a duality. Then green symbolism and gold symbolism as a duality. And what I did, let me just demonstrate with the red and blue. What I did and what I was going to do with them all is at the bottom, after doing like this, like key issues and historic like implications for the symbolism, movies and books, film and cinema, where the duality of that symbolism occurs. See that? So I got film, music, pop culture for the esoteric shit that I was like diving into. Right? And so green and gold symbolism. Hold on. Pink symbolism, number symbolism, silver and mercury symbolism. Who knew it was that replete? Because it is. Copper and iron symbolism. It is replete. I wrote all of these down thinking about movies. Lightning symbolism and mirror symbolism. So this is stuff I'll eventually get deep back into. Red, this is why I pulled it out. Red hair, blue hair symbolism. Red hair, blue hair symbolism, because we was talking about the blonde hair earlier, and I was talking about people don't know that there's a reason for the blonde hair craze, right? And so these are the movies that I posted about the blue hair, red hair symbolism. And baby, I saw this whole documentary on why devout Sunni practicing Muslims still dye their beards and their head hair red. So red hair symbolism is deep. It ain't like superficial. It's deep. It's deep. There is a whole reason behind why you'll find men blacker than me in goddamn Sudan that still every week dye their beards red. Yup. Rabbit symbolism. You see that column? Rabbit symbolism. And what movies do I have listed under there for rabbit symbolism? Because there's a lot. There's a lot. And I was like, why are they always making rabbits bad guys in movies? Like, why they do that? There's a reason. There's a reason. The movie Us had huge rabbit symbolism. That movie called The Witch, spelled with 2 V's, that movie had huge rabbit symbolism. The Scarlet Witch, obviously Alice in Wonderland, The Last Mimsy. Why the rabbit symbolism? What was that other crazy ass movie? Darko something. Let me write that down. I forgot about that until just now. Donnie Darko. Is that what it's called? Donnie Darko? Came out in like the 90s. Crazy weird ass movie. But his like archetype was this giant, scary, crazed ass rabbit. Donnie Darko, I think that was the name of it. Donnie. And then I'm a rabbit, in case y'all didn't know. I'm a Chinese rabbit. I'm a wood rabbit. So rabbit symbolism has always shown up heavy in my life, and I never understood why. Anyway, did you know, yo, I'm going to say something about this rabbit shit that fucked me up when I first started doing my little deep dive into the rabbit symbolism. Did you know the term rabbi, like in Judaism, like rabbi, like actual rabbi, the word rabbi in Judaism, before there were rabbis, there were rabbatus, Rabbatus, or rabbit, rabbatu, meaning the Holy One, applied to the great goddess and her priestesses, applied to her great priestesses. Y'all heard? When I say there ain't nothing they ain't stole, listen. Do I have it close by? Before there was rabbis, there was okay. Can I get some look of surprise from somebody? Galactic Seed. That's what I said. Before there was rabbis, there was rabbatus, or rabbit, which was rabbatu, meaning the Holy One, applied to the great goddess and her priestesses. The priestesses were rabbatu or rabbatus before there was rabbis. Okay? Yeah, I was up in here bloat. Okay? Bloat. Oh, where did I find that at? Bloat. Okay. Hold on. It's not in this book. Where was it at? That's 45. It's not this one. That was this one. I wrote a note that it was page 45, but I didn't put page 4. Oh, I did. Great Black Mama of Creation. Where is that? Where you at? Great Black Mama of Creation, page 45. Where is it at? Great Black Mama of Creation. Well, maybe that can be a subject for another day, but that's where it is, page 45 in the Great Black Mama of Creation, where the rabbis, stealing like they always do, just called themselves what the females called themselves. Then it says goddesses represented by rabbits: Ishtar, Estare, Estrella, Freyja, Hermes, Shango in Asia, who was responsible for the elixir of immortality, Wernut in Egypt, Holda, and Andraste, Andarta, Ostara, Artemis, Aphrodite, Unut, Egypt, Kaguria, Diana, and Eros were all represented by rabbits. I asked myself the question, is this the reason that rats and rabbits have been used so much as test subjects? Like, how did they come to the conclusion that rats and rabbits are the thing that they need to do scientific test studies on? Is it like their hatred for these emblems? Because it says rats and other rodents were sacred to the goddess. Oh, well. Mm-hmm. And in movies, one person was saying that the reason, because this girl did this whole movie thing on why rabbits are scary in movies. When did they start making rabbits scary in movies? And she started talking about all these movies where rabbits were scary. And she said, what is the purpose of making rabbits scary? And she said that it represented a death of innocence. A death of innocence. When I say everything is like methodical and purposeful with them. So I put rat symbolism in here. These are all the things that eventually I'll just start digging into when I have time. Why society hates artists. Why society hates healers. Eye symbolism, other body parts, metamorphosis, always synonymous with the lightning bolt. I don't know if y'all can see that, but metamorphosis with the lightning bolt, bell symbolism. And for some reason, I turned this one upside down, but Orpheus mythology and Tammuz, Ishtar myth, the Orpheus mythology. I've already got some stuff written in there. And then hairstyles, art, magic, theologies, secrets, and the occult. The history of female serial killers. The origin of the headless theme in movies and pop culture. Evil science. Yep. So that's that one. And like I said, I got about 7 more of those in my purse. Spiritual madness and charms. That's this one. Spiritual madness and charms. 5 elements beginnings. So this one was when I did that. When I started doing that, when I did the live stream of me teaching the workshop at that event on the difference between talismans, charms, and amulets, and taught everybody how to make their own talisman. So these were the notes from that workshop. It started out though with a discussion on spiritual madness and utterances. Talismans, charms, and amulets, sachets, fetishes, taboos, and veve. That's on there. Then these were some of the notes from the piece that I did on the quickening. That whole I think it was a 2-part series that I did on the quickening. Explore the history of enemy consciousness. Continuation on talismans, amulets, and charms. I'm about to print these joints out and turn these shits into some goddamn zines, bitch. Surely is. Sholam. This is a deep dive that I did on satanic symbolism. The church is hiding from you. This was a guy's video and notes that I took from this guy's video on Diabolus in musica, or the evil, the chord of evil. This one was actually quite interesting. And it goes on for some time, the notes from that. Whoop, whoop. The year of the serpent, which we are still in until February. So this was my notes on the year of the serpent, since we still fully up in that till like the second week in February. This was the continuation on that. These notes was crazy deep, y'all. These notes was crazy deep. Ooh, I forgot about this. These notes were crazy deep. These notes was crazy deep. Now, let me bookmark these. I need to go back to these. Yes, we're still in the year of the serpent. I feel like we gotta. Oh, that's what's up. Yeah, I got a lot more coming for you, Galactic Seed. I got a lot more I'm about to download tonight for y'all tonight. We gotta up our serpent game. We gotta up our serpent energy. We gotta up our serpent study. We gotta up our serpent ceremony. We still got about a good 4 months of serpent season left. We gotta kick this shit into overdrive. I don't think we've been going hard enough on our serpent symbolism ceremony shit. We gotta up our serpent game. We gotta up our serpent worship. We gotta up our serpent song, our serpent ceremony. Yep. Just looking at these notes, just revisiting these notes that I took. These notes that I took on January 29th on the new moon at 4:37 in the morning. These notes I took. Oh yeah, we gotta up our serpent game. We gotta up our serpent game. We gotta make good use of these last 4 months in the year of the serpent. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. I forgot how good these goddamn notes was. Dang. Damn. I forgot how good these notes was, bitch. Damn. I forgot. Hold on. Let me pull my bookmarks out. Yeah, I gotta go back in. Told y'all I'll be brainstorming so much. I just miss shit. It just be coming and coming and coming. And I'll be forgetting how good this shit is. Shit. Yes. Yeah. Oh, goddamn. Yeah, I'm playing games. And the week before, guess what happens the week before we transition out of the year of the serpent? The week before we transition out of the year of the snake is Oya's feast day. It's February 1st and February 2nd. It's Oya's feast day. I forgot. We got to have a whole ass event. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Man. Yeah. Yeah. Man, I forgot. This book had some jams in it, baby. This is what I've been teaching y'all for forever about the overlap between the yin and yang, the 5 elements, the chakra, and Ifa and Kemetic tradition. The overlap between them all. These are some of the notes that I've been teaching from that here. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Here we are again. I wrote these notes a year ago and we was just talking about the 7 deadly sins versus the 7 virtues. Here it is again, just in my memory, in my notes from last year. The 7 sins, the 7 virtues, the 10 commandments. And then I was talking about juxtaposing Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the palaces, the jowls, the crosses, and the tiens, the overlap in all of these traditions. That's what I'm getting to, right? I should write that in this other book, the deep dive into the history of the piper. Let's see. Let me put that over here. Yeah, because I don't know how. You know what? I could put that with the goat. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure enough. That with the goat. I don't know why I didn't think about that sooner. Pan Piper. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, so the overlap, right? And all of these things. Mm-hmm. All of that to say, and now I'm just, oh yeah, but I should show you all this. This will be the last thing I show you because I still got, I don't know, like 6, 7 books sitting up here that I haven't shown you what I wrote in, but this you should see. So these are what I'm going to eventually end up like drafting, probably as a deck, I'm thinking. These correspondences. So this will be a clock, your annual zodiac, your eon zodiac, and your galactic year. So it'll be 4 of those. This is the 5 elements as a nautical star. 5 elements as a nautical star. Then this is what I was showing you guys early on about the two-sided portal, the two-sided portal as the fish and the serpent. The two-sided portal, its relationship to the chakras and to Christian theology and to the planets, the visible planets and the extended solar system. And if you look close at the chakras setup, I have the musical notes and the hertz frequency associated with each chakra. The musical notes, the planets, and the sound frequency associated with each chakra. I don't know if y'all can see that on IG well, but you see what I'm getting at, right? And yeah. So that, and then this is kind of like a more heady, nerdy, brainy explanation of the chakras and the megahertz frequencies associated with them, and like an explanation of that. So this is more like nerdy, brainy shit. Mm-hmm. Yep. So that's one. So I already showed y'all the contents of 4 of these little mini books that I keep in my purse at all times. And I still have this one, which is probably my oldest one. This one, which is much more zine-esque. It's much more scribbly and written crazy and see sideways and upside down and all cryptic and weird and shit and multicolored and spilt drinks, because I was using this one at the club a lot. All right. This is the oldest one, because this is the one where I actually started writing down the idea to create the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. So this got real old shit in it. Real old shit in it. 5 years old, maybe. Right. Mm-hmm. So that is probably the oldest one. This one. Oh. Wow. So even just going back and reading some of these, I'm like, damn, I forgot about that. Oh yeah, I forgot about that too. Let me bookmark that. Y'all know I be bookmarking all crazy. I got a whole giant box of bookmarks over here. Looks like I need to buy some more. I got a whole giant box of bookmarks. It looks like I'm almost out. I got shit bookmarked everywhere. Well, damn. Son of a bitch. But I need to bookmark that. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So that's another one. This one's a very old one, written on the front of, on the back of. And these are just my mini notebooks. This ain't including all the actual full size journals. Dang. This ain't even including the full size journals that I have. Like full size, fully full journals that I have. Then here's another one. This one I just filled up. I just finished filling up the other day. Here's another one that I just finished filling up the other day. This is the one I initially pulled out to find the notes about that crazy woman who says she is the incarnation of some Kemetic deity. All right, this one's full. This one's really good too. This got some good ass shit up in it. This got some good stuff in it, because this is all the notes that I was giving y'all when we were talking about why do the global conspiracy to right all wrongs, when we were doing the Zoom meetings about the why, about the history of the Council of Nicaea. So these are all the notes that I took that I was talking to y'all about in the Zoom about the history of the Council of Nicaea, the other religions that were present at the council, this guy, the whole reckoning of time, and how the calendars changed, and how the calendars changed how we told time and all of that stuff. That's in there. All of the actual book called The Reckoning of Time, which was like a 1,200-page book written by this dude who is responsible for rearranging the cosmos so that it fit in this new time the history of all the Inquisitions. Every time we hear Inquisition, we think the Spanish Inquisition, but there were, what was it? There was a gang of Inquisitions. It was like 30 something Inquisitions, and the Inquisition lasted from 1184 to officially ending in 18. The official end of the Department of the Inquisition was 1965. 1965 was the official end of the Inquisition. 1965. So from 1184 to 1965, the Inquisition. And what else were we talking about there? The wealth, the number of popes, what dirt the popes did, the billionaires. So this was all like the workshop shit we were doing in the Zoom about why. And then here's the shit on that Kemetic Orthodox religion white girl who thinks she is the embodiment of who she says she is. She is the sage and the bee. She is called Pharaoh. She is what they say, the official 196th Pharaoh of Egypt. This white woman from Portland is the 196th Pharaoh of Egypt. Child, these motherfuckers' audacity is literally stupefying, outlandish. Criminalizing pleasure. This little what was supposed to be just a functional little notebook, this actually turned out to be a good one that could be turned in a mini zine. This one, because I did some additional studies in these just specifically on like I was on this. As a matter of fact, I started doing this when I went on that bunk ass trip to Birmingham to see the boo who turned out to be trash. Anyway, so I spent a lot of time writing, and this was on like Dionysus. Oh shit. Yo, oh my god. Ooh, fuck. Yeah, this was a good one. So like I wrote down this shit. This one, I wrote down themes because I was on this thing that I really wanted to go hard on doing movie reviews again. It's just so time consuming. It's so time consuming. But I started thinking about themes of movies that I wanted to do deep dives on, right? Themes of the movies. What movies associated with the theme? The Tree as Evil. The Tree as Evil was the first theme. The Last Witch Hunter. Hellboy. Sleepy Hollow. Avatar. These are all where the theme is the tree as evil, y'all. Now you gotta go back and watch these movies because y'all like, what you mean the tree was evil? The Last Witch Hunter, Hellboy with the Red Witch, Sleepy Hollow, Avatar, the movie about Queen Elizabeth, the movie Knowing, at the very end. Shazam was a big one. The Shazam, the one where he kills the Fates. Happening, the movie Happening. What's his name? Oh, the Indian director. Ew. The Indian producer. He did The Sixth Sense. He did Happening. He did Signs. He did. Oh, what is his name? Ew. Oh my God. Shamaran. What's his first name? Shamaran. Oh my God. He did Unbreakable. He did Shamaran is his last name. What's this dude's name? It's that bullshit. I don't like this. M. Night Shyamalan. Shamaran, something like that. But M. Night Shyamalan. He did the movie The Happening that everybody hated, But it was about evil trees. It was about evil trees. Poltergeist. When the tree tries to eat the kid, Poltergeist. Little Shop of Horrors. Annihilation. The Book of Life. Pan's Labyrinth. What was the other one? Thor. The Green Knight, the Black Panther movie, The Magicians, Guardians of the Galaxy, Emerald City, which is the series I was telling y'all about that they only aired for one season, but it was good. It's called Emerald City. The Tree Was a Prison. The Wizard of Oz, The Whomping Willows and Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, The Lorax, right? And the whole basis, I say trees is evil, but symbols hijacked and turned evil under patriarchy. Yep. So trees as evil. What else was another one? The trope of scared of our power because we might hurt someone. The trope in magical or powerful or sci-fi movies of we are scared of our power because we're scared that we might hurt someone. The movie The Power, right? The girl with the baby who was like, I just want them to take it out of me. Just take it out of me. Talking about her power, right? The girl with touch power in the series. The series is kind of fucked up, but it's called V-School. Yes. Jean Grey and Phoenix Force. Yes. Also, what's her name? Because I put it in here. What's the girl name? Rogue, that has the touch power sensitivity thing. Rogue, because she can't touch anybody without them getting hurt, right? Ooh. I put X-Men all. but I was talking about them too, right? But Gen V and the Boys, the Blood Witch Girl, The Discovery of Witches. Remember the series, The Discovery of Witches? The Mayfair Witches. That's a big thing, right? Let's see. Then I have other stuff like I have it split up: feeding off rage, white women dangers, murder, use your purple. Oh yeah, so I was talking about the different colors. Remember I was talking about in the other book the symbolism of colors in film, and how every sacred potion, every mystical drink, every anything like that is always purple. You remember in Agatha All Along, her little boy used to say, Ma, use your purple, talking about how every time she would do magic, purple lightning would come out of her hands. And he would say, use your purple, Mama, use your purple, right? So red string, blue string, green string. It's more ever present than you realize, right? And Agatha All Along, songs as spells. Remember the song that was supposed to preserve the life of the Asian girl, and they had to sing the song to kill the demon. And every time her audience sang the song, or every time somebody played a record, it like kept this demon from killing her daughter that had killed all the other women in her family. So she was using her fans as her unofficial coven. Remember that? Criminalizing death to control it. This is a theme. Criminalizing death to control it. What I really loved about Agatha All Along was like how deep the hatred that Agatha had for, I forget the girl's name, but the girl that played Death, the girl that was Death. You remember the girl that was Death? And they were lovers. She and Agatha were lovers. And Agatha was forever mad at her because she came to get her son. Rio, thank you. Yes, she was the Grim Reaper. She was Death. And so this theme about the criminalizing of death in an attempt to control it. So death becomes evil. Death becomes a bad guy. Death becomes the ultimate. Why is this? Because who is death? Who is death represented by? Who is death represented by? Huh? Anybody? Surprise me. Who is death represented by? Always, all the time, 1,000%, all the time, in every movie. Who is death represented by? Strategically represented by. Death is represented by the mother. Who is the mother? The Grim Reaper. Why the Grim Reaper? Saturn. Saturn is the Grim Reaper, the governess of all time. Great grandmother Cronus, which means chronological, time, owner of time. Time is always represented as the Grim Reaper carrying around a seize, the little thing, the knife with the hooked blade on it, which is Saturn's symbol. Saturn's alchemical symbol is the seed. It's the little thing with the hooked blade on it and the dark garb and all of this shit. That is death. That is inevitable, for whom she comes for all. Why? Because she devours her children. How? Because they are buried back into herself, into the mouth of the earth. What is the mouth that is synonymous with death? The same mouth that is synonymous with birth. The lower mouth. The mouth of the serpent. You get it? That's why she's always turned. Even in that video, what's her name? Doja Cat. Bitch, I said what I said. I'd rather be famous instead. And the whole video is her in this dance with Father Time, with the Grim Reaper. She's dressed in all red like the Whore of Babylon. He's dressed in all black with his sacred seeds. And they doing this whole routine together. They doing this whole dance together where she's painting the town red, dancing in this harmonious partnership with Father Time, aka Mama Time. I love that song, by the way, bitch. Let me just say, I know y'all, a lot of y'all got an attitude about Doja Cat. I do. And I understand why you got an attitude about Doja Cat. But let me just say, this bitch just released a new album and she did a live performance of one of the songs from her album. I don't even remember the name of the song, just a week ago. She did a live performance on some TV show, some like nightlife TV show, like Saturday Night Live or something like that. That performance was off the hook. I said, I don't care how this girl done fucked up. I do not care. I don't care how this girl has fucked up, how she has come off crazy. I do not care. This is a bad bitch. This is a bad bitch. That goddamn live performance that girl put on was so radical. It was so gangster. It was so great. This bitch is everything. She is an actress. She is an entertainer. She wants you to be up there with her when she's showing the fuck out. She did that shit. That goddamn live performance gave me power this week. It gave me strength. It gave me perseverance. It gave me life. I must have watched that goddamn live performance 20 times. I was like, this bitch did this shit. Fuck Lady Gaga. This bitch ain't got it. This girl right here did that shit. Or she did that shit. Ooh, 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 ooh. Y'all gotta watch this new video, y'all. I might have to try to find it and put it in the comment section. Baby, the outfit she had on, the dance she did, the performance she did, the facial expression. She did that shit. She did that shit. Ooh. Speaking of Lady Gaga, that something happened and her video came across my feed in relationship to somebody's critique or something. And that video that she did for Abracadabra, I should write it in these notes as a matter of fact. the video that she did for the show for the song Abracadabra. Oh, I think I told y'all about my old people lunch. It played on the video feed at the old people video at the old people lunch. Because y'all know I'm officially a senior citizen now in LA. So at the old people lunch the other day, the song, because there's a lot of LGBT elders that come to the senior citizen center. And so they have one video that's just playing a lot of songs that the LGBT community love. And so Abracadabra came on, and I'm watching this video. I've seen it before, but I was never really paying much attention because I'm not a Lady Gaga fan. But I was like, this thieving ass troglodyte. Baby, watch Abracadabra. Abracadabra. What did she say? Abracadabra. 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 Shana shuna na. Shana shuna na na na. Whatever. She got all these. She one of them white women too who love to have color folks around her all the time. But anyway, that video. Abra unana abra un. Okay, thank you. Abra unana. It reminds me of that song that came out in the 80s by Duran Duran. What was that song? But just sped up. What's that song? Strange World by Duran Duran. The whole hook, the whole line hook of Abracadabra reminds me damn near rhythmically and inflectionally of that song Strange World by Duran Duran. It came out either in the late 70s or the early 80s. And it was the main theme song for that movie. What was that movie? What was that movie? I can see it in my mind's eye. It was called man, I don't like this. Now, I have a theory about why my fucking memory has become so sharply bad. I have a theory, and it's not a good theory, but it's the most likely theory. The Crazies. The movie The Crazies. It's a horror movie. I don't watch too many horror movies. That's why I was frustrated that I couldn't remember. The Crazies, where the government had polluted the main water source of this small town, and the pollution was like this radioactive shit, and it infected the entire water. Fresh. I thought it was Strange World. No, you're thinking about Ordinary World. Ordinary World is not a sad song. Ordinary World came out later, like in the 90s. It was called shit. And I love Duran Duran. Ordinary. Mm-hmm. And I think ordinary. And I think I love that song too. But Ordinary World is later Duran Duran. This song, Strange World, is old Duran Duran, like 1980s Duran Duran. Crazies, the new one. I ain't seen the old one, the Crazies, but that in the new version, I guess the 2010 version of the Crazies, the theme song for that movie it's not Ordinary World. The theme song for that movie is Strange World by Duran Duran. I think it's Duran Duran that's saying Strange World. But Ordinary World. To the ordinary world, somehow I have to find. And if I try to make my way to the ordinary world, I will learn to survive. That's Ordinary World. Okay? That's uplifting. That's like, yes. Strange World by Duran Duran was old Duran Duran, and it was kind of creepy. Once you watch the crazies, it's like in the movie. It's woven all throughout the movie. And it's like, it might not have been Duran Duran. It might have been somebody else, but it was like that. It's definitely 80s. It was like that. It was like that. What do they call it? It was like that dark wave period of the early 80s where everything was very melancholy and shit. You feel me? And it was like, and it's Strange World. Strange World. And I'm looking at so many faces, many places, many many something. Da 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 da. And I don't remember the hook though. Is it Mad World? Okay, thank you. Everybody sounded like Duran Duran back then. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Let me write that down because it sounded just like Duran Duran. Thank you. It's Mad World by Michael Andrews. My bad. Michael Andrews. I want to say Strange World. Strange World. But I guess it's Mad World. Mad World. But it's that. But that's what Abracadabra reminds. That hook. That hook in Abracadabra. Son of a bitch. That hook in Abracadabra sounds like that song, Mad World, sped up. Because it sounds, listen to Abracadabra and then listen to Mad World. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. May only say. Y'all be killing me, man. Damn. They only said laugh out loud. That's me as fuck making up my own lyrics. Oh my God. Oh shit. Yeah, okay. That's it. Let me write it down so I don't forget it. But anyway, listen to that song tonight and then listen to Abracadabra and tell me I'm not making that shit up in my head. As soon as I heard Abracadabra, I was like, she jacked that shit. And she notorious for jacking people's shit anyway. But that wasn't the reason I brought up Abracadabra. But that was a side note. That song that we got all off on tangent about is also the theme song for that movie, The Crazies. But the reason I got off on that tangent about Abracadabra is because this bitch has jacked the iconography or the iconography of the Iami Aj. The whole video is the Iami Aj. The whole video. Now watch it and see the Iami Aj. It not just the colors, bitch. Not just the colors. The acting, the scenes that she is acting out. Now go back and watch Abracadabra and see the Iami Aj. Okay? But instead of the Iami Aj being the divine black-skinned primordial, she is this white girl in the center of all these people of color. Everybody in the motherfucking video, people of color. Gay, LGBTQIA, men, women, gender non-conforming folk, and she, the great white hope, representing the face because she is dressed as all three Iami Aj in the video. Oh, yes, she is. I was like, these motherfuckers really be playing in y'all face. They really do be playing in y'all face. Do you think that's an accident? Do you think that's just some coincidence? She is literally dressed as all three. She's dressed in all white. She's dressed in all red. She's dressed in all black. She has put herself forward as the EIMEIJ. Why is that a stretch? Her ass is a Zionist, one. Two, her ass is a practicing Kabbalist, two. They be playing in your face with your own iconography, having you say, oh, see, she the devil. She into that devil worshiping Satanist and shit. Using your iconography of your primordial mothers to scare you away from your own ancient wisdom, symbolism, and power source. This bitch is diabolical. Sure enough. And they stay playing in your face to terrorize you away from your shit. You feel me? Anyway, I'm done. I've been up on here now for 4 hours and 25 minutes. This right here was your temple service of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I have several of you who have contacted me about readings over the next 48 hours because Monday is the new moon. So the 24 hours before and the 24 hours after being Tuesday. And I think the new moon is 1:25 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Monday. So 24 hours before, 24 hours after is the prime time. It's the prime time. So y'all need to get back into Janelle Monáe. Her old shit though. Y'all need to get back into Janelle Monáe too. Because she was trying to put y'all on game, but y'all wasn't listening because it was too artsy for y'all. Get back into Janelle Monáe. Her old shit. You feel me? Anyway, it's a prime time to receive divination, especially since yo high priestess is gonna be fasting for the next 40 fucking 8 hours because I got active ass gallstones. Because I woke up with active ass gallstones with that bullshit, not doing what I was supposed to do when I knew I was supposed to do it. And so now my little liver is cutting up. She like, bitch. Not one more step without taking care of business. So I will be fasting for the next 48 hours while I do this liver gallbladder cleanse to purge these little active stones in my little gallbladder. And I know that's right, QB. QB say, I will never feel okay about being a prop around some white entertainer. Why black people still do that shit? Why do we still do that shit? Oh, QB say the lyric, strange world, I'm looking at so many faces. It's from the song, what? Y'all killing me right now. I don't know who that is. No South African group called Four Jacks and a Jill. But I guarantee you that's not the song I'm looking for. I get Mad World sound more appropriate, but I like this lyric. But I can guarantee you that's not what I'm thinking. That's not the song I'm thinking of. But yes, why do we still do that? Why do we allow ourselves to be quote props, backup singers that sing better than the front man? You understand what I'm saying? Why all these white people always got to get black backup singers that sing 10 times better than them and nobody ever know their name? Black backup singers, black dancers, black props for mediocrity. Anyway. So yeah, that's what I might be working on is instead of, I might just be trying to publish some zines, y'all, some $10, $20 zines of all my secretly deep notes that I be scribbling on to put y'all on game. You feel me? Mm-hmm. Oh my God, is this it? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I didn't know I wrote it down. Oh my God. Project. I can't believe this. I never go through my notes enough. I have been tripping because I saw this it was just this was so long ago. I've been so frustrated because I couldn't remember it. About 6 months ago, I watched like little shorts on YouTube of just synopsis for different movies. like this is what happened. This is what it's about. Do 2 minute, boom, watch the movie. And I saw this movie short, and I couldn't find where I had saved it in my folders on my YouTube channel. But the movie was a horror movie. And so I was kind of halfway watching it, halfway not watching it, because I was like, I probably ain't gonna watch this shit anyway, because I don't watch horror movies. You feel me? And so at the end of this little like 60-second short talking about this movie where this woman's child, she has twins, and one of her twins gets stolen, and so she raises her one child but always wonders where her other child went, and she raised her child in this castle or this ancient house or whatever, and this guy in New York finds out that he is actually a twin, and he finds out that his mom is still alive and she lives in this castle in some European place, and blah 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 blah, right? But all the people in the town are like, you don't need to go there, she a witch, right? And so he goes there because that's his mom, and he wants to meet his mom and his twin brother, but something is strange in the house, right? And so people would say that she don't ever die, that she's been alive for hundreds and hundreds of years, right? And I was like, oh, this looks scary. This don't look like nothing I'm gonna watch. And then there is a scene. I'm telling you, I'm sitting here watching this shit saying, yep, this ain't no shit I'm gonna watch, because this looks scary, right? There's a scene where the two brothers get into a brawl on the banister high in the house. Like it's a big house. And they get into a tussle, and one of the brothers that was raised by the mom falls off the banister. I have a picture of it because I took a short of it. Let me tell you, when I say they be playing in your face, I take a short of when the brother falls off the banister onto the floor and dies instantly on the floor. I take a screenshot of the white boy on the floor dead, and the floor is made like what would look like a circular checkerboard. So imagine how the checkers would look if they were made in a circle as opposed to a square. The floor is the pattern of what looks like a circular checkerboard. And in the center of the circular checkerboard, that's the only reason I stopped on it, because I didn't realize I took a note for it. I thought I just lost it forever and couldn't remember the name of the movie. In the center of the circular checkerboard on the floor where the boy died. See that right there? See that right there? See that? See that right there? That is the alchemical symbol of Saturn. Do you see this? That is the alchemical symbol of the planet Saturn that was in the center of this scene. I was not even going to pay attention to the movie, y'all. And as soon as I saw this symbol on the floor in this circular checkerboard where one of the twins died, it didn't even occur to me. The twins, right? Where one of the twins died on the floor. I was like, is that a Saturn symbol? So I paused it and rewatched the short. The theme of the movie again is that everybody in this town, like a little Spanish town or something like that, thinks this woman is a witch because they say this bitch been alive forever. In the movie, it didn't even occur to me until I saw the symbol, y'all. In the movie, one of the women that's telling the people not to go to the house says, she's so old, she was a dear friend of the painter Francisco Goya. I said, what? I was like, that's weird, but it is a foreign movie. So you would have to read, if you watch it, you're going to have to read it. It's a foreign movie, right? But I was like, that's a weird thing to say. She's so old, she was a friend of Francisco Goya. And it still didn't occur to me because I was like, this shit looks scary. Baby. The movie is about the planet Saturn. This woman is a representation of Saturn. It says that through child sacrifice ritual, she is able to stay young. So every few generations, she will find a beau to impregnate her. And every time she becomes pregnant with twins. So she will keep one twin and consume the life force of the other twin to live forever, to stay young forever. And so I'm thinking this some diabolical cracker shit. Like, child sacrifice, eating babies to stay young forever. Oh no, that's what they wanted you to think the story was about. The story was about great-grandmother Crone. She, according to Francisco Goya, who devours her children. Why does she devour the children? Because they are buried in death back into the mouth of the mother. Huh? I said, what the fuck? And I could not remember the name of the movie. Did not know I'd taken a note. I thought I'd saved the short. Couldn't find the short nowhere. And here it is in these notes that I have not looked through in all these ages. The name of the movie is Amelia's Children. Amelia's Children. So the whole time I'm watching this short, I'm thinking, this diabolical bitch, why would she do that? This crazy. Because they want you to see it exactly like that. It's speaking to somebody, not to you. All these simultaneous messages meant for the lay person, messages meant for the Christian scary person, messages meant for the esotericist. She a diabolical bad guy, diabolical bad bitch in the movie. And it wasn't until I saw that goddamn scene where her son died on the floor and I saw the Saturn alchemical symbol on this giant floor of this mansion that I was like, oh no, I gotta go back and watch this short. I was watching this short with the wrong pair of eyes. I was still watching the short from the, I don't watch scary movies because I'm a recovering Christian. And this the devil and some devil worship, satanic child sacrifice ritual shit. I said, I got to go back and watch the movie with my right eyes. With my right eyes. This is a movie deliberately attempting to further condemn and slander the mother, the alchemical mother Saturn, who eventually devours all of her children, preparing them for rebirth. Yo, and I just found these notes today. God damn it. Y'all don't know. I've been looking for this fucking short, combing through my damn, because y'all know my saved folders on my YouTube channel are crazy. I got thousands of videos saved in my folders and couldn't find it. I was like, I got to remember the name. I'm about to watch this shit tonight. I sure am. Amelia's Children, and it's spelled AMELIA'' children. Yo, I cannot believe I found this after all these months of looking for this shit. I didn't realize I had taken notes. Amelia, I'm about to watch that shit tonight. That's right here in my notes. Redheads in movies as foreboding. That's another thing up in here. All of these is themes. Hold on. White women as a theme. The rebels, the real witches, and the killers. White women, the complicit and willing, the complicit and willing and evil. Listen, this is themes for movies and breakdowns. The complicit, the willing, and evil. These are some of the movies I wrote down under this theme of white women, the complicit, the willing, and evil. What happened to Monday? Do y'all remember this movie? What happened to Monday? Do y'all remember that movie? That shit was crazy. Do y'all remember that movie? Anybody? Remember the movie? Which I have to go rewatch because now we done did this deep dive about the twins for the last 6 months. So now I got to really go back because what happened to Monday is about 7 twins, septuplets. But I wrote it initially under as my notes for themes of the discussions that need to be had around certain movie breakdowns. White women, the complicit, the willing, and the evil. Whatever happened to Monday, that shit was deep. I don't know if y'all remember the end, but whatever happened to Monday, right? The Hunger Games as one of those white women, the complicit, the willing, and the evil. The Gardener, that was deep. Bad Influence. This is like a YouTube documentary. Bad Influence: The Dark Side of Kid Influencing or Kid Fluencing. The Fall of the House of Usher. I don't know if y'all remember that movie that just came out like last year, I think. The Fall of the House of The Fall of the House of Usher. The theme of white women complicit in willing and evil. Geek Girl, the Geek Girl series. Echoes, the movie Echoes, and Dead to Me is another movie. I still got a longer list, but that was the short version of that list. What's another thing? Slide, because y'all know this the thing I always say. So this is another theme. Slide of hands type shit. Slide of hand type shit. These are the movies. Batman, all of them. Iron Man, the Avengers, all of them. This is under the theme slide of hand type shit. Venom, the movie Venom. Ooh, seriously slide of hand type shit. Ooh, I just recently rewatched that. Ooh, seriously slide of hand type shit. Despicable Me, the cartoon. Yes, Despicable Me. That's on the list. Supergirl. I just rewatched the movie, the old school Supergirl, like the 1970s version of Supergirl. Oh. But let me just tell you one thing about these old movies. Y'all need to get back into these old particularly the 70s movies. Particularly the 70s movies about witchcraft, witchy stuff, devil worship stuff, scary stuff. Because up until 1972, there was like this whole legality around making certain types of movies, and what was like, it was just an interest. Late 60s, but particularly the early 70s when they loosened the reins. Eve's Bayou. Okay, cool. I'll make a mental note. There was a certain way that movies went. So I rewatched Supergirl. And the thing that was really striking about Supergirl was the thing that was striking about Supergirl with the spells was the magic. I was like, this shit is real spells. Like, this wasn't no for the movies, make believe, tee-hee. I was like, oh my God, this shit is real spells. They were working real spells in that fucking movie. Real spells in fucking Supergirl. In the Supergirl movie, the earliest one, the old one, with the little blonde hair, blue-eyed girl. I was like, holy shit. Y'all got to go back and watch that shit. I was up in here. Woo. I was up in here dismayed. I was like, these bitches in the 70s, they was about that life. That's why all these old books that I have from like the 19s, all these witchy books from like the 1960s, the 1970s, like this one I think was published in, when was this published? Remember I told you I ganked all them books from that store that was quote selling the books for donations only, and I ganked like a bunch of like 30 books for $100 because they were all old school witch books. This one was in 1981. It's called 8 Sabbaths for Witches. But this is when they was doing the shit for real. This wasn't no watered down shit. This is when they was doing that shit for real. Like a lot of the books you find now is like real prim and proper and watered down. But if you get them books from like the 1960s, the early 1960s through like the early to mid 80s, them real witch books. Them is this real shit. This is real shit. No, what is it? Straight no chaser. This be real shit. I got like 30 books. I got this one. I got the Shaman's Path, the Magic Power of Witchcraft. This was published in, but see, this was before they was keeping everything a secret from the general population. So this shit was like radical shit. This one was published in 1976. You got to be finding these books that was published, particularly like the early 60s up through the mid 80s. Like, this shit be real deep. Be real deep. Yes. I got so many great books from that store. All of them. I think the oldest one was like 1985. They was all old. I'm telling you, I walked out of there with about 30 books. 30, 40 books. Anyway, so I watching Supergirl, and I watched it as a kid, and so there was a scene in there that was always so funny with me and my cousins, and it was so funny, and we were like, because she was facing off. Supergirl was facing off with this witch, right? And this witch wanted power, and so she was trying to get the power from anywhere. Isn't that what I spent all this time talking to you? To what end? This witch was trying to get power from everywhere. So she got power from a voodoo priest. I'm trying to tell you, this shit was deep. She was casting all kinds of spells, real spells, like telling you the ingredients and how many parts and what kind of incantation to say in these spells. I said, oh, they weren't hinting at the casting of spells. She was speaking spells and giving you the directions, how to take the spider, what to do with the spot. I said, oh, shit. This is in Supergirl, okay? And as long as the this and this, I said, whoa, shit. Real spells up in that bitch. So when we was kids, all we knew was like the Supergirl part, like the flying and the saving people and shit. So I'm rewatching this shit just like a month ago. And I'm like, oh, what? I'm rewinding. I'm taking notes. What she just said? What? How did we miss this shit? Because we was Christians. We was Christian kids. That's how we missed that shit. And so there's a favorite scene in it where Supergirl says she faces off. She faces off one-on-one with the witch. And the witch tears a hole in the time fabric and unleashes a demon onto the earth. Okay. And when she unleashes this demon onto the earth, Supergirl is going to face the demon. Because the witch is going to get away. She got to face off with the demon. And she says, she stands upright with her hand on her hip. She says, leave this place and do no harm. Me and my sister and my 3 cousins used to walk around all the time saying, leave this place and do no harm. That was all I remembered about Supergirl. Then I rewatched this movie the other day, child. Ooh. Y'all got to rewatch Supergirl. That's all I got to say about that. The old one. I don't know what the girl name is, but it's the red-headed woman and the blonde-headed Supergirl. It's the only one that I know of. It was the full-length movie, maybe mid-80s, early 80s. But them witch scenes is what you need to be paying attention to. I was like, them witch scenes. But anyway, that was on my list of sleight of hand type shit. The Supergirl. The series that I was telling y'all about, Warrior Nun, the series, it was only 2 seasons, maybe. Warrior Nun, the most seriously sinister sleight of hand shit I ever seen. It is good. The series is good. 1984, there you go. Supergirl. But the series is good. I didn't think it was gonna be good. I thought it was gonna be corny. Warrior Nun, really? I thought it was gonna be corny. But baby, I was bored enough one day to sit there and watch that shit and watch the whole 2 seasons in like a week. It was good. But when I say it was the most seriously sinister sleight of hands type bullshit in opposition to the Mother that I have seen in recent years, it was criminally sinister. It was criminally sleight of hand shit. Yes, it was. Ooh, 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 ooh. But it must be studied by those of us who call ourselves seers on behalf of the mother. Because that shit up in here had me. Woo! See that Warriors Nun series? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Email that to me, Yolanda. Yes, I have a whole list of seriously sinister, sleight of hands type shit. Marco Polo, I watched it against my better judgment, but it was worth watching because it was sinister. The series, it's a kids series called Get Even. That shit had me in here screaming. It is a kids series. It's a children's series called Get Even. So sleight of hands. So ooh, diabolical. Ooh, Doctor Strange, the Serpent Queen, Da Vinci's Demons. Did y'all ever watch Da Vinci's Demons? I talked to y'all about it a lot when I was going through the series. Did y'all ever watch Da Vinci's Demons? Baby, woo. It was great and diabolical, great and evil, great and revealing. The twin shit that we've been deep diving on since the movie Sinners came out is all up in it, all up in it, all up in it. Da Vinci's Demons. Ooh. Mm-mm. Yep. Inventing Anna. That one was diabolical. Yep. The movie it was a mini series called Messiah that came out 2 years ago, I think, or 3 years ago, 2023 maybe. Shh. Don't Look Up. I rewatched it yesterday. Remember I was telling y'all about Don't Look Up? And I was like, these motherfuckers, they up to no good. Because the dude who said that he did it because it was a metaphor for climate change and in the point of no return, I was like, he lying. He lied. That ain't what it's about. Let me rewatch this shit so I can make sure. But this Don't Look Up shit, I don't think it's a metaphor for no goddamn climate change. This some sinister sleight of hand shit. I feel it in my spirit. How about I rewatched that shit yesterday? Up in here dismayed and bewildered. Because even the first time that I watched it, there was so much that just right by me. That old weirdo who was like the corporate tech stereotypical billionaire who feigns like he's mentally like what do they call it, autistic, or like what they call it, neurodivergent, right? And so he has all the kids on the stage with him. He's like, yeah. So he played that weaponized innocence, that weaponized strategic and weaponized incompetence, but you genius, but you weird. You know what I'm saying? He gets on the stage and he's like, he be deliberately acting like how they be weaponizing people's actual conditions to get away with doing tyrannical shit. And then the next thing you know, we got Elon Musk as the face of the United States government in his partnership with Trump, who is the poster child for this motherfucker in this movie. Baby. And listen. Baby, I rewatched this shit the other day. That motherfucker said, I said, how did I miss this the first time? You know, I was telling y'all about that deep dive I was doing into the duality of red and blue and how it was a representation of the tabernacle in the Bible, the two pillars, what is it, Ecobim and whatever. Let me look at my notes real quick. But whenever you see the duality of the red and blue, it is a representation of the tabernacle, and the pillars have names because it's also the pillars in Kabbalah, in the tree of life in Kabbalah. Hold on. What book was this in? It's not this one. Not this one. Is it the purple one? Must have been this one. When I was telling you, that I was doing the deep dive on the red and blue. Where's that shit at? Oh, it's here. Yo, let me tell you, I'm telling you this for a reason. Because in this movie, when they first introduced this weirdo, what's the pillar's names? The pillar is Boaz and Boaz and Jachin, Jachin, and Boaz, Boaz. These represent the red and blue pillars. These are the names in Kabbalah and in Judaism and in the Old Testament of the pillars of the tabernacle, Jachin and Boaz, that are represented as red and blue. In this movie, this weirdo billionaire who sacrifices the whole planet. That's what he did. He sacrifices the whole planet. But when they first introduce him, he makes some statement. What did he? I have to write it down. I have to go back and write it down. But he makes some statement about the sacrificial ritual of the pillars of Boaz and Jachin. I said, what did he just say? He said it. I said, how did I miss that the first time? How you just slide that in there into a movie about a fucking comet on a direct path to Earth? What's that got to do with what this white boy said the movie was really about? Was a metaphor for climate change. And he said it right there in the movie. This is a ceremonial ritual of the pillars, Jachin and Boaz. I said, what the fuck he just said? Why did he say that? It was right there. I said, because I told y'all. I said, look. I said, that movie ain't no metaphor for motherfucking climate change. That movie, and especially that shit where they talking about, don't look up, don't look up, don't look up. And what's her name? Meryl Streep plays the president of the United States. And what's that white boy name? The goofy ass Jewish white boy. The heavyset dude that played in the curly haired heavyset Jewish actor who always plays the chubby funny guy. He plays her son, and the director of defense or some shit, right? And because it's an all-star cast, all-star cast. I forgot Tyler Perry is in the damn movie. It's an all-star cast. And but yo, when I got to figure out when this movie came out, because this movie was so outlandish, and then to see the current administration and how eerily similar the current administration is to this movie that was written supposedly as a metaphor for the urgency of climate change. I was like, they playing in our face. I got to watch this shit again because they playing in our face, and I got to figure out how they playing in our face. You feel me? Because I was saying the Don't Look Up the Don't Look Up was a metaphor for them trying to like keep us from astrology. Remember what I was saying when I was talking about the Bible and how the Bible sounds like that movie Don't Look Up? I was like, oh shit, I need to watch that movie again, because all of these preachers and shit are studying astrology while they're telling you don't look up. While they're telling all these preachers, John Hagee wrote a whole series of books called The Four Moons and the End of Days. He wrote a whole series of books on astrology to foretell the end of days. But they telling you all the while, don't look up, don't look up, don't lie. I was like, I have a sneaking suspicion I got to go back and watch this movie, that this movie is not about goddamn climate change. This movie is about in your face the astrological, astronomical sequences of events that we are watching unfold in real time, and we are still too scared to look at the stars. We still too scared to get into the science of astrology. Didn't I say that a few weeks ago? And I rewatched this shit yesterday, day before yesterday. I was like, oh my God, now I got to sit here and actually take notes for this shit. So much in this movie. So much in this movie. Now I'm definitely going to shut up. Now it's 5 hours when it was just 3.5. So, but yeah, I think I might get on this project of just publishing my notes as zines. You feel me? Anyway, this was fun. Now I gotta hunt some food. But yeah, I hear that, Yolanda. But yeah, I'm gonna get up in here and get myself some food and some water, and hopefully I can ebb this pain a little bit until I can get up in this damn diet I gotta get up in tomorrow, this damn fast I gotta do tomorrow. But keep your ears and eyes open for me. Book your readings. I'm still gonna be doing readings. I have 2 booked for tomorrow and 1 booked for the day of the new moon. And I still have plenty of spaces available. Plus, I told y'all in the email that for the till Wednesday morning, I think I have all the readings discounted. So it's 10% off each service. So if it's a 30-minute reading, it's 10% off, right? It's 10% off. So it's $81 for a 1 hour reading. I think it came to like $137. Yeah, I think it came to $137. And then if you wanted to get a 5-element consultation for 1 hour, I think that came down to like $202 or something like that. So email me if you're interested in getting a reading or a consultation, a wellness consultation, because until Wednesday morning, they are discounted 10%. And 10% is a lot. Like I said, it's $9 off the 30-minute reading. It's like, I think it ended up being like $15 off the 60-minute reading and $22 off the 5 elements wellness consultation. So book your readings. I still have plenty of space available. I only have 1 appointment booked on Tuesday. I only have 1 booked on Monday, and I have 2 booked for tomorrow. So I still have plenty of spots available, especially if you just want to get a 30-minute reading. I got a bunch of time. If y'all just want to break them up, do the little 30-minute reading, whatever. So let me know. You can email me for more details to evoemetemp@gmail.com. That's evoemetemp@gmail.com to get information about how to book your readings. I am going to spend a couple of hours tonight dumping some more books on my Etsy store, so y'all can check that out. It's taking some time, but I'm doing it. It's just, I have about 20, maybe 30 more books. I'm not lying. I've been downloading so many books through this app that I pay for every month. And I was like, you know what? I got to share the books. And eventually we'll go through all these books, because all the books are books that I always wanted. And I was like, we got to get into these bitches. So I'm going to share the books with y'all. And then you can go to my Etsy store and check it out. I love them too. But the thing about digital downloads is, yes, I have all these dope ass books as digital downloads, but eventually I want to own all of those books in hard copy. It's something different about reading books in your hands, tangibly, turning page. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's because I'm old. Maybe it's because I'm 50 and I am stuck in my ways. There's just something different about holding the book, about opening the book, about stopping and taking in your own personal notes up in the book. I love digital books. What symbolism book? What you talking about? Royal? What symbolism book? That's vague. Could you be any more vague? What symbolism book you talking about? Some details? I don't remember what I showed you. You got to give me more details than that, girl. Yeah. Then I also have little zines. Not mine. I also have zines that I would like to. I don't have a, what do you call it? What do you call it, man? Child, everything eludes. Um, like how, like a fuck, like a like when you go to the copy center and you, instead of getting something printed out, you get it digitally saved to a thumb drive, like a digital. I don't know what the fuck ever. Anyway, I have zines that I would like to get digitized so that I could post those too. Stuff that I know is like out of print. These little smaller booklet zines to share with you guys too, like this one on ancestral veneration. Like, just go and have them scanner, like a scanner, like scan all of these onto a thumb drive so I can share them with you that way. So so I will do that eventually, but in the meantime I have all of these digital books that I can share with you to radically and rapidly broaden your horizons. You feel me? Okay, that's it. I'm done talking. So I don't know if I'm gonna do a live tomorrow. I might, just to update y'all, since y'all saw me wincing and writhing in pain this whole time, just to give y'all an update on my state. But typically they don't move, they don't stop causing pain until the end of the night when you take the last substance, and that is what forces them out. But I still may give y'all an update or whatever tomorrow. If not, then definitely Monday during the new moon, I'll do a live. Okay. So I will see you all later. It was good to rap with you this week, this Saturday. I know I said I wasn't gonna do no 2, 3, 4, 5 hour lives no more, but this is the first technical temple service we've had in a while, and I am glad I did. It was good for me. Hope it was good for you. I'll see y'all on another day. And be well, be prosperous, be abundant in the mother. May everything go your way times 100. Yes. This is the Cassandra Faye Floyd, otherwise known as the daughter of the Fates. And I will see you guys later. Peace.